houve uma exclusão sistemática mesmo do negro, até porque não existia negro.
Mas isso eles não fizeram essa política imediatamente.
Houve uma política imediatamente, logo um pouco depois, de branquear a população. Ou seja,
de trazer os imigrantes.
Exatamente. Essa foi a política.
E foi isso.
Isso foi a política de Estado.
Foi nessa época que eles falaram que realmente o parou de ter professor negro, etc. E tal. Porque talvez eles não tivessem opção.
Oi, oi. Vocês estão ouvindo? Estão ouvindo?
Um projeto político de branquear mesmo, que baseado em determinados estudos antropológicos, tá?
Oi. Eu? Eu não sei com quem que ele tá falando. Ah, tá. Eu não tô entendendo quem que tá falando. Ah, é ele? Não eu. Não, você fala no microfone, eu tô... Oi. Oi. Ah, você falando no microfone, diga aí, é ele. Mas foi sensacional. Foi assim, cadê o Master? Desliga o Master, eu quero botar o Master. Tô doida aqui. Mas faz assim, ó. Pá! Meter a mão em todos os botões, ó. Sei lá qual é o Master. Mas foi muito... Eu não imaginaria que seria tão interessante. Assim, eu não sabia que era litigância estratégica. E é muito maneiro, cara.
Não, e aí houve essa política de Estado de branqueamento baseada em determinadas, assim, teorias pseudocientíficas, assim, antropológicas mesmo, de que o negro era uma raça inferior mesmo e que precisava se branquear a população. É política de branqueamento. Houve isso real, oficial.
É aí que os italianos chegaram, os alemão.
Vem pra cá que a gente tá dando terra aqui pra poder...
Você mora aqui de graça, tranquilo. Só pra você se reproduzir aqui.
E a gente fica pensando como... E aí houve um discurso de sufocar essas coisas para o mito da democracia racial. Não, que isso, agora tá tudo igual, acabou já, passou. E aí por isso a gente, aí fala nesse artigo como a gente tem dificuldade de se definir como branca. E aí depois eu pensei que é importante sim eu me definir como branca para saber o meu lugar.
Uhum.
Meu lugar não é um não lugar, é um lugar, entendeu?
É um lugar.
A gente, ela fala que a ideologia, assim, né, da branquitude, ela tenta se fazer como um não lugar. Uns até reconhecem, os negros têm mais dificuldade, mas tipo eu...
Não tem problema nenhum com isso, não tem nada a ver.
Assim, ele tem dificuldade, mas não sou eu que tenho privilégio por causa disso. Ou seja, é uma lógica totalmente truncada.
Sim, não é minha culpa.
Não é minha culpa, não é que eu tenha... Aquele cara falou, não é que eu tenha privilégio. Ele é que tem desvantagem. Ora, se eu tenho desvantagem...
E o outro tem vantagem, né?
A lógica né?
Quer dizer, se alguém está em desvantagem, alguém está em vantagem.
Entendo que ela está explicando que nem todo negro escravo, porque alguns nasceram, mas o que não fazia absolutamente a menor diferença.
Entendi. Porque era
até
discriminado da mesma forma.
Não, e até depois
mas eles podiam ter uma comunidade maior, né?
Mas é tudo muito fragmentado,
era,
assim.
Né? Não sei, não tenho nem ideia, porque eu nunca estudei isso a fundo.
Em fazendas, não sei o que.
Sei,
Tem toda uma ideologia de que você não é nada, você não é gente, né?
exatamente.
Então não tinha essa ideia. Tudo. Sabia que existia um portal em que os negros tinham que passar por debaixo, uma coisa simbólica mesmo. Tipo assim, daqui pra cá você tá deixando toda a sua identidade.
Ai, meu Deus.
Era uma coisa assim, simbólica mesmo. Você virou outra pessoa agora.
Nossa,
Não
que
importa o que você era lá na África. Porque muitos eram muitas coisas.
Reis,
É tipo assim,
imagino.
existia fisicamente
Um
mesmo.
portal mesmo. Um portão, assim.
É, então
que
foi
ele
uma coisa
passava
muito
embaixo,
bem.
tipo arco-íris.
É tipo um arco-íris. Agora
Que
você
doideira.
se destituiu da sua identidade. E você agora não é ninguém.
Imagina.
Então muito
Ai, deve ser
difícil.
horrível.
E até os que eram libertos, assim, vai pra onde agora? Valeu, bora, pode ir.
Faz o quê?
Vou pra onde agora?
Tô
Quando é
livre.
que pega um
Faz o
ônibus
quê?
aí? Me dá um dia da passagem. Pra eu
Exatamente.
pegar o ônibus pra ir pro outro. Alguns ficavam, continuavam.
Que você vai fazer o quê? Não tem nada?
Nada.
Tu perdeu tudo?
E você podia ir pra outros lugares e ser tratado também como, porra, tá com
Seu
bicho?
Aí deve
ostracizado da
começar
mesma
essa
forma.
também, aquele negócio da servidão, né? Em troca da comida, aí você com trabalho.
É que hoje em dia essas empregadas
É,
domésticas
mais ou menos.
é mais ou menos a mesma
Mais ou
coisa,
menos a
né? Que
mesma
elas
lógica.
trabalham pra comer, pra dar comida pro filho. Porque ganham tão pouco das pessoas.
Ficam,
Tem
tipo,
empregos, subempregos que é a mesma coisa que uma escravidão. Se você for pensar.
É pra comer e morar.
Comer, morar e sustentar o filho. Ou, sei
Ter o
lá,
mínimo
família.
de dignidade, né?
Porque você não consegue fazer nada. Uma pessoa
Fora as
dessa
que
nunca
moram
viajou, nunca
fora
foi
as
no
que
shopping,
moram,
nunca, sei lá, foi no
moram
cinema.
na casa, né?
Fora as que moram lá, que eu acho mais absurdo, que é aquele filme da Regina Casella, né?
Eu não vi.
Como é
Que horas
é o
ela
nome?
volta.
Que horas ela volta. Cara, esse
Quando
filme
você
é
mora e aí
maravilhoso.
você não cuida do seu filho também, aí vai aquele, né?
E você cuida
círculo
do filho do
vicioso,
outro.
Você não cuida, seu filho tá lá, daí vai virar marginal, obviamente, né? Porque não tem ninguém cuidando.
Porque você já
Desde
mora
8
geralmente
anos ele
num-
tem que ficar lá sozinho em casa.
E você já mora geralmente, a pessoa já mora geralmente num lugar de violência,
lógico,
à
você não
margem,
tem
né?
ninguém
Tipo na
ali.
favela.
Good morning. We are going to have this panel today with several different languages. If you need, please take your headsets and please take your seats as well. Very well, let's start now. We will start with this video so that we can have the best use of time. Please write down your questions and we will answer them in the end. And please write down your name and your company as well. Bom dia, meu nome é Brian Huseman, eu trabalho na Amazon. Eu estou muito feliz de estar aqui hoje. Vamos falar um pouquinho sobre economia.
E-commerce and trade in digital services does not just benefit technology companies, but also traditional industries such as healthcare and advanced manufacturing. And digital trade also assists small businesses and developers, entrepreneurs, and content creators by giving them access to foreign markets in new ways. Online marketplaces help small businesses and startups reach millions of international customers. So for example, Amazon's export programs allow sellers to reach customers in more than 100 countries with little additional part on their behalf. Also, one of the reasons that the digital economy has been able to thrive over the past 2 decades is the relatively small number of trade barriers that limit its growth. So we believe that maintaining a free and open internet allows e-commerce to grow in ways that has not been possible with other traditional forms of trade. That is currently under attack as several countries are considering or adopting measures that would place trade barriers upon the digital economy. If the global economy is going to continue to benefit from digital trade, we believe that we should all work together to advance a global digital trade agenda. And we have 4 specific steps that we believe countries should take to accomplish this. The first is to eliminate tariffs. Tariffs raise prices for consumers, which diminishes demand, and it could disproportionately impact small businesses, who sometimes have a harder time competing in foreign markets. And in addition to tariffs on regular non-digital products, it's equally important to avoid charging tariffs on digital products. Since 1998, the World Trade Organization members have agreed to a moratorium on these export taxes, but we believe it's time to make that moratorium permanent and ensure that trading partners cannot add extra charges on the flow of such things as music and video and software and ebooks that are sold across borders. The second step we believe countries should adopt to promote digital trade is to establish commercially meaningful de minimis thresholds under which goods cross borders duty-free and with streamlined customs procedures. One of the most significant barriers to trade is the burdensome and costly and time-consuming customs procedures. And these barriers are so significant that sometimes they can prevent small businesses from exporting altogether because they just can't afford the resources to navigate those complex rules. And additionally, establishing commercially meaningful de minimis thresholds are key to establishing an environment that's conducive to e-commerce because it simplifies import requirements and reduces the import cost and expedites customs clearance for e-commerce shipments. Third, we believe countries should adopt a policy framework that promotes an open internet. And having an open internet is critical so that everyone can innovate and can conduct trade, and which is critical to the success of the digital economy. And moving data across borders is a key aspect of digital trade. We understand that protecting privacy and security are important, but believe that should be achieved through non-discriminatory and objective policies. Data localization requirements are often put in place to keep foreign competitors out of local markets, but rather they often end up significantly increasing the cost of doing business online, because companies are not able to efficiently allocate resources where they would be best for customers. Having balanced copyright protections with both limitations and exceptions can also enable digital trade. And protections against intermediary liability are critical to allow online marketplaces to provide user reviews and other customer feedback mechanisms without being held liable for the content of others. And then fourth and finally, countries should enable the growth of digital services. Digital services are a core aspect of what makes up the digital economy, and the services allow consumers to use their credit card or stream movies over the internet or process voice commands on mobile phones. And in order to ensure that those digital services keep growing, countries need to have flexible frameworks that provide market access for current business models, but also allow entirely new services to emerge. So in conclusion, we believe that these 4 steps are critical to the future of the digital economy, which will result in economic growth and job creation. So at Amazon, we encourage the development of an international consensus, an enforceable global regime that ensures that digital trade can continue to flourish. And efforts are underway in various bilateral and regional and multilateral contexts, such as the G20 and APEC and the Pacific Alliance. And support is also building in the World Trade Organization to begin negotiations on an e-commerce agenda. So we urge all of you to join in and help support the work to put in place a global framework to support digital trade. Thank you, and I look forward to the questions.
Muchas gracias, Brian. Vamos a pasarle la palabra ahora a Mónica de Facebook.
Bom dia a todas e a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Eu queria começar parabenizando.
I would like to thank the OAS for organizing this course and also the Capacitation Center for South Latin America and Caribbean and the Technological Center here at FGV. This is a partnership that has worked, and our result is this course, SSIG, that you're going to enjoy during this week. Recently, I was in the public policy of Facebook company, but I have worked for a long time at FGV. I have been a professor here for 12 years, and I believe this is a very good initiative here from FGV to promote with OAS and also with the Capacitation Center this kind of event. I see that it's very important for us to broaden the education space like this one that we have here today. And the our committee, the steering committee in Brazil for the internet, has occupied this space, and I'm very pleased to see that we have this all this reach that we have here for Latin America and Caribbean with this course. So it's a great pleasure to be here today, and I would like to thank especially to Olga and Adrian because they have invited me, and also I would like to thank Luca Belli, who is organizing this course all together with CETESI team. I'm proud to be here today. I will be brief. This is a panel that is full, and we are only opening this intense agenda. I will speak only for a few minutes so that we are able to debate later on. But the IT sector and communication sector in Brazil is growing expressively in the last years, although the economy is not well at all. But this analysis from the period from 2012 to 2014 shows that the sector has grown and is always well above the GDP. So in the end of 2014, the IT sector has grown 10.9%, and the GDP at that time only grew 0.15%. These are data from Brazil IT that are published by Apex Brazil in partnership with Brascom. So this steady growth of this sector, even in moments that are delicate for the Brazilian economy, show how the market is opened for these technological solutions and flexible solutions based on the internet and innovation and technology. So Facebook as a technological company, how can it contribute for Brazilian society and economy? Deloitte has this research in 2014, and they evaluate that Facebook has had impacted 10 billion in Brazilian economy that reflected into 230,000 jobs. So we are working more and more to support Brazilian economy. For that, one of our main work stream is this work that we have been developing with small and medium business that are responsible for more than half of the jobs in the country. We are committed to this important workforce is highlighted with this initiative, and I'd like to highlight three of our initiatives. We have Booster Business Program and the Lab of Innovation in Favelas, and She Makes History. So Booster Business Program only in 2016 has trained more than 80,000 small and medium business in 14 cities across the country. We also support small and medium companies to profit from Olympic Games using Facebook to boost their business, and this was a program that trained more than 6,000 entrepreneurs in more than 60 cities in Brazil. We also have this strong partnership with Sebrae in this booster business program, and we have trained 75,000 small and medium business to increase their business. And also Facebook works with communities. So one of our programs is the Lab for Innovations in Favelas. So we try to support directly entrepreneurs of low income. So this innovation program has trained 2,800 business in favelas in São Paulo and Rio. And the program She Makes History is a partnership with the UN and Brazilian NGOs like Think Olga and other NGOs. So we have this joint program to improve feminism in Brazil. We believe it's key to empower women that are half of global population to participate in a constructive way in their regions. And one way to enable that is through small and medium business that use our platform. Only in Brazil, we had benefited more than 50,000 women. I'm talking about these programs because I've been a user of Facebook years before entering the company, and I had no idea. And I used the platform only for social interaction, and I had no idea of the value that this platform can bring to small and medium business. So I think it's important to highlight that. One of our great challenges in Brazil facing this economic difficulty is to give this fruitful ecosystem for this IT sector and innovation sector. So we have to guarantee that the regulation won't prevent the advance of IT, and also we should protect important values such as privacy and security of personal data, but without hampering innovation that is very important for the economic growth in Brazil. This is not an easy task, and we don't have simple answers, but any research scenario couldn't forget that the global economy is going to this new model, and people and company, either small or big, they should be able to get this environment of entrepreneurship and innovation. So once more, I thank you for the opportunity of being here, and I'm very happy to find in this space of SSIG, of OAS with CCLAT, that we are able to improve and advance in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Well, now we're going to go to Juliana Nolasco from Google. Thank you, Julio. I would also like to thank the invitation of OEA, Olga, CTS, Luca, the Qualification Center for High Technology as well. My name is Juliana Nolasco. I am the Manager of Public Policies here in Brazil. And first, I would like to say that it's a pleasure to take part in this School of Internet Governance inside of another place, which is another school, the Getúlio Vargas Foundation. During my graduation course at FGV, I fell in love with the Internet 15 years ago in a partnership with the Center of Technology and Society. 13 years ago, I found what I wanted wanted to do in life. So it was because of the Technology and Society Center that I know that I'm here today. So I had the partnership with Monica and Jeb from the FGV Sao Paulo, and that's why I became a researcher in the area. It's an honor to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. 3 years ago, when we started to look more systematically at the perspective of internet regulation to understand a little bit between the about the interaction between society and internet, we had another reality in Brazil. I got some data from the ICT from 2004. We had 19.1% of the population connected, and we didn't have any legal framework. We have tried to create a judicial framework, creating some new laws for the internet, but we didn't have a legal framework like we do today. In 2004, Google had an exclamation point. Do you remember that? I think you're too young now to remember this, but it had an exclamation point in its name. In 2004, we were very happy with the testimonial from Orkut. Facebook was launched in 2003, and it didn't have the penetration it has today. So we are going to continue with Juliana, please. I almost broke a glass today and have brought a voice from the beyond. So at the time, we used to discuss how the business model, as a business model and economic perspective, MySpace. And I bring this case because when MySpace started to grow in Brazil, I worked in Trauma, which was an independent record label, and we didn't care about the MySpace at the time because we built our MySpace, Virtual Trauma, which is a platform that we used to call MySpace before MySpace started to grow in Brazil. And I brought this case here because I think Brazil is a very unique country when it comes to the capacity to develop business, small and medium-sized businesses. We are a country with a wonderful culture, with a wonderful diversity, and that makes us very smart. And that makes us have the possibility to develop a very prosperous digital economy. It's not only for Brazil, it's also a digital economy for the world. The internet gives us the world itself. So now I would like to speak very briefly about two special topics, some specificities and opportunities that digital economy gives us, and some indicators of economic impact from Google that show how Brazil has been very successful in this. First topic I would like to talk about is the internet is a surprising source of innovation. When I study business administration, we used to look at the big multinational companies, and they used to be big companies that could be all over the world. And now, with the possibility that internet brings to the small platforms and the medium-sized platforms, we can call companies micro multinationals. They are small businesses that can be all over the world at the same time. The other point that I would like to bring here is that in digital economy, each business can be digital, even those businesses that are not fully digital. And the internet is a wonderful platform for some businesses to find their digital portions. So I have a few data from researches that said that small and medium-sized companies can grow up to 4 times faster through the use of digital tools like websites and other digital marketing tools like AdWords that we have on Google. A third point that I would like to talk about is that the entrepreneurs in digital economy are creating new businesses and also leveraging the creation of jobs. So the companies that use internet, they create more jobs than they lose jobs. And for each high technology job created, 4 other jobs that are not directly related to technology can be created as well. So we use technological platforms and we can have other economic advantages. Internet is also good for exports. A German study showed that 25% of the growth in German exports in the last 10 years was because of the use of a few digital technologies. So these data show that we have a lot of power through the use of digital technologies. But what about Brazil? Going back to our Brazilian case, I would like to say that even though we have had a lot of difficulties in the last few years in our economy, it has been challenging times. We do have the civil framework of the internet, and I think this is unique in the world. The creation of a judicial framework of civil rights for the internet that was brave enough to include all the people that created this legal framework. We have also in Brazil, we have discussed a law for protection of personal data in Brazil. This is a very open and democratic process. We have had several public hearings, public consultations, and this year it probably will be a very well debated topic in our Congress in partnership with the society. We have a committee, a management committee of the internet in Brazil, and that is a unique case when we talk about governance of the internet. It's a multi-stakeholder initiative that tries to work with issues that are very dear to us when we talk about internet regulation. I worked in the management committee and I understood the work of this committee that places companies, the civil society, the academia, reaching a consensus. This is a beautiful process, and I think this is an example to the rest of the world. And we also have several initiatives that try to increase the access for population. When we say that over half of the population has access to the internet, it also means that many people don't have access to the internet. So we have a lot of things to do yet. We have a lot of ground to cover. And I will get now to the second point, which is Deloitte did a report about the positive economic impact of Google. I would like to bring three pieces of data which I think are very interesting. It is available in the internet if you want to check it out. There are other pieces of data, but I brought three pieces of data that are more relevant for this event. Through the Google tools and the Google investments, we have generated up to 37 billion in economic activity so far. We have up to 430,000 jobs used by companies that use Google Search and Google Ads. It has 8 reais in return for 1 real invested in Google. These are just 3 pieces of data that show the positive impact of Google, but there are other data that shows how beneficial it is to use the tools of Google in companies. This shows that Brazil is a powerful player in the use of digital technologies. We'll give other examples like YouTubers and small and medium-sized business that created their websites and could tag them in Google Maps, but this is just another topic. We have a long journey ahead of us in terms of access, in terms of appropriation of technology, understanding of code and what is behind technology. Initiatives like this school work as a multiplier. We can own all of the topics that are part of the internet governance and the internet itself, but I think we are in the right path, and we from Google, we want to be partners of all of the Brazilian people in this process. Thank you. Thank you, Juliana. And now we are going to pass the floor to Mindy Herzog from the United States Department of Commerce. Obrigada, Escola de Governança.
I also want to thank everyone that's here today. You are the leaders and the future leaders on internet governance in your respective countries, so thank you for being here this week. I work for the International Trade Administration, which leads the Department of Commerce's export and investment activities and ensures fair trade through the enforcement of trade laws and agreements, including for digital products and services. We work very closely across the globe, and we also work directly every day with U.S. businesses to help them successfully engage in foreign markets. I am the digital attaché for Brazil, and I'm based at the U.S. Consulate General in São Paulo. As you know, the internet has had a profound impact on the economy, including small businesses in the U.S. So I just want to share one specific example of how we've helped the U.S. economy through the Department of Commerce. Recently, we worked with a company called TechnoAid, and they design, manufacture, and sell medical equipment, specifically X-ray equipment. Now, this small business was founded 40 years ago in Tennessee around a kitchen table. Seeking to expand their international sales, they met with us. We were recommended that we develop an international business plan with them, and as part of this international business plan, we wanted to focus on e-commerce channels. We looked at their website and did a complete analysis and globalization of their website, and we recommended several enhancements, including simple modifications to the Contact Us page to show an international sales point of contact. We showed them the value of using Facebook Marketplace, Google AdWords, and Amazon's platform. These enhancements enabled the small company TechnoAid to more effectively market their products overseas and to be discovered by foreign buyers that they would have never found before. After we did this, they had new buyers from Bahrain, Nigeria, and Singapore, countries they never would have targeted before. The website analytics in the months prior, the months after this, showed an increase in international visits to their website by over 31%. So this small company expanded their e-commerce sales channels into cross-border markets with a few changes and a few simple mouse clicks. This company is now able to hire more employees and have increased profits, all because of some small changes and working with the partners here today. I just want to give you one statistic. When a country increases internet subscriptions and speeds by 1% each, its exports increase by roughly 1%. That's staggering. So part of what the U.S. Commercial Service is doing is helping to expand broadband in the U.S. Overseas, through the U.S. Commercial Service, our department is continuing to advocate for ease of cross-border data flow, for a system of trade that is fair and equitable and promotes new digital products and services, and for improved cybersecurity across all sectors of the economy. Thank you for your time.
Muchas gracias, Mindy. Perdón que te presenté del Departamento de Estado, del Departamento de Comercio.
We're now going to have a remote intervention from Robert Atkinson. We're going to see a video from Robert Atkinson from ITIF.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Bon
Atkinson, I'm president of the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, and I apologize I can't join you in person. It sounds like a really fascinating meeting on a really important topic. So ITIF is a think tank. We're based in Washington, D.C., and our focus is really on how innovation is changing the globe for the better, and what policymakers should and shouldn't do to spur that innovation, particularly in the ICT space. So I want to talk just briefly about e-commerce, although I would have to add, I think, probably we shouldn't use that term. I think a better term is e-business. What we're seeing is the transformation of many, many sectors today to essentially digital business models. And it's more than just commerce, which people tend to think about as largely in the retail space. But if you think about sort of how big this is, a study that ITIF did a number of years ago on the 25th anniversary of the first .com domain name, we estimated that the benefits from just the .com portion of the internet were over $1.5 trillion in added output or GDP to the global economy every single year. That was a number of years ago, so the number obviously is a lot higher still today. When we think about e-business, I think it's important to recognize, as I said before, that a lot of business models are being transformed. Our colleague David Moschella, who's at the Leading Edge Forum, we did an event a couple of years ago on IT-enabled business model transformation. And David made a really interesting point, which was that if you look at Silicon Valley companies, in 2000, most of them were in the information business. They were software, databases, hardware, devices. About half of the companies today in the Valley, particularly the startups, are not in the information sector. They're in other sectors. They're in insurance. They're in higher education. They're in transportation with, obviously, Uber. They're in logistics. They're in hotels and hospitality with Airbnb. So as Mark Zuckerberg, as Mark Andreessen said a number of years ago, software is eating the world. So I think the big challenge for that is that the ones that are being eaten don't want to be eaten, and they are going to go, and they have been going to governments to get their protection. So these middlemen, if you will, in the middle of these value chains, see the disruption coming. They oftentimes don't want to be the one to disrupt themselves. As Clay Christensen once said, the only way to avoid disruption is to disrupt yourself. They don't want to do that oftentimes, so they turn to government. And what we've seen in the last few years, at least in the United States, is sector after sector working to erect barriers either in the marketplace or going to government to get them to erect barriers to new competition from e-businesses. So for example, car dealers. In the US, it's against the law to sell your car, for a company like Ford or Toyota to sell a car directly to the consumer because of the car dealers. Optometrists, wine company, wine wholesalers and retailers, law, higher education, obviously now transportation with taxis commissioners against taxis against Uber, hotels with Airbnb. So this is a big deal, and I think it's if we want to have e-business transformation that's going to be so good for consumers around the world, one of the most important things for policymakers is to don't give in to these incumbents who want to just restrict commerce so that they can make more money, but at the harm of consumers. And the last component of that, I think that's really important and becoming a more important issue in many countries, and that's the issue of OTT. What we're seeing is that the things that used to be only be able to be done on a dedicated telecom network or cable network, where the application was separate from the pipe. In other words, with telephony, you had a separate application, and then you had the telephone pipe, and they were integrated together. Now we're seeing essentially that the transport and the application layer are separate. So that what the broadband providers are increasingly becoming are transport providers. And you have OTT, whether it's in voice, messaging, video, now coming along and basically just sending bits along the pipe. And in many, many countries, although not in the United States, but particularly in Europe and particularly in Latin America, the telco incumbents don't like that. And rather than advocate for what happened in the United States where they regulate down, in other words, deregulate messaging, which is what happened in the US, the telcos in many countries want to regulate up and say, well, if you're sending a text message, you should be regulated. Or if you're doing Skype or some kind of VoIP application, you should be regulated. And I think that would be a terrible mistake in countries when they do that. And for the simple reason is a bit is a bit is a bit. So if I send an email to somebody, we're not hearing from the Postal Service in these countries to say that, oh, we should regulate email and make it have universal service before an email provider can roll out an application. We don't do that. And what's the difference between an email and a video chat? Essentially, there's no difference. What's the difference between an email and an instant message, a text message, running on the broadband line? None. They're just bits. And so I think the key thing here is really to allow OTT innovation and allow OTT transformation by not regulating it to the extent it doesn't touch the PSTN or other areas. If it's just a pure OTT application, computer to computer, cell phone to cell phone on the smart device, then it should, in our view, shouldn't be regulated. We should allow that innovation to occur. So with that, I will stop, and I want to thank you for allowing me to participate this way instead of coming and joining you in person, which I would have preferred, but unfortunately my schedule didn't allow that. And so thank you very much, and I wish you a successful rest of the meeting.
Bueno, pues solo para el récord vamos a darle un aplauso aunque esté a distancia. Muy bien. Tenemos algo de espacio. Luca nos dio chance de extendernos un poquito más para...
Given us some time for a Q&A. So if you have any questions for one of our speakers, all right, there's a question there. Please state your name, your institution, and to whom is the question as well. So we have the first one here and then the other. I'm Jaime from Venezuela. I represent chapter 18 of Venezuela. And Venezuela has created business using a digital platforms, and we have some barriers to analyze to overcome this, surpass this. But we have the regulation problem in each country. For instance, we have Bitcoin that are currencies that allow the transparent payment, and it's conflicting with some local regulation. For instance, in my country, the government acknowledges this currency, but only for for some types of payments. This limits the IT technologies, IT companies to process this kind of payment to generate business opportunity in this region. And I believe that some important things are being done in other countries in this region, especially for those which have startups in Mexico and Chile. And I'd like to understand your opinion of each one of you of what opportunities are posed to the region in order to overcome these problems. Thank you very much. So we try to answer one at a time. Would the table like to comment? I will answer in Portuguese. I believe that in Brazil we face some of your problems, like you do in Venezuela. Some barriers for entrance, like bureaucracy to establish a company, petitions and training and so on. We have this very interesting case of a woman that was unemployed, and through YouTube she was able to learn how to produce her product and also give classes. So we have some special cases, and I understand when you say that it's kind of complex to open a company and the taxes that we pay, but once we are able to overcome that, the possibility of digital platforms are incredible, especially for a small and medium business. They are able to be shown very well through the internet. Eu encorajaria o seu país a olhar o trabalho da Aliança do
Mexico and Peru. They're examining, I think, some very innovative things to encourage digital trade, including the creation of a common digital market between the countries. And they're also looking at digital connectivity, making government more open to citizens from a kind of a digital services basis, and also looking at creating a public-private dialogue to get more impact and get business working more closely with the government. I think that's one area that I would kind of encourage you and others to look at to see how that's developing for potential guidance.
Gracias. Mónica.
I'll try to answer your question with testimonial of mine. Juliana spoke very well when she reminded all the bureaucracy that Brazil faced to open a new company, to establish them. And I believe that Latin America also have this problem in general, with all this bureaucracy that is is the cause of backwardness here. My husband, after 25 years in the banking sector, due to the economic crisis that is happening in Brazil, he lost his job last year, and the solution he found after 1 year being unemployed was to establish this coffee shop. He always wanted to do that, so he established that 1 month ago, and he had been working in the company, and I have aided him in using Facebook platform to improve his market share. He's older than me, and he insisted in the traditional way. He had a banner, he printed in a graphic, he have printed some flyers to advertise his product in that place. And it's interesting to understand that in this 1 month of work, he has been receiving much more clients as a result of the ad that he posted in his webpage and linking people around him to attract new business. And the company in this 1 month of existence is not still ready. The system has not aligned with the fast pace that he established, and the coffee shop is already working. But he has feedbacks every day. People around him now found out that there's a new space for having lunch. So the digital platform can bring all this agility for small and medium business that bureaucracy is not enabling them to use somehow. So this is a challenge for Brazil and Latin America. So you have shown some other examples like using coins for paying. I think it's a long journey for us to use that. FGB recently has done this research in their innovation center in São Paulo around FGV in São Paulo, and the students, they received some bitcoins and they tried to use the bitcoins around them, and they had lots of difficulty to find products with that capital that they had. So it's a long journey, but we are willing to dialogue with medium, small, and big business and government so that our platform can be used in the best way. Thank you, Monica. We have a question. Good morning. I'm Mark Deskild from UNESCO. My question is for all the speakers. While the new digital economy is bringing new opportunities and business models, on the other side, it has this consequence that is formalizing the bigger companies and the informal situation of the workers in the small business. So sometimes you have big systems that are being built by companies. They have their global framework of commerce, but on the other side, you see workers working without a contract or with short-term contracts sometimes. So somehow you're forcing the market to entrepreneurship. I'm not saying that this is bad, but somehow you are pushing them to be entrepreneurs. But at the same time, I don't see many initiatives from businessmen and also from the government about training. So in this changing economy, it seems that there's no such big initiative to integrate people to this new reality. So my question is, how do you imagine that from this moment on we could start in working with this aspect ideally? Is it with government, with the society? I would like to know your opinion about that. Thank you very much. What's your name? Marco? Marque. Thank you, Mark, for your question. I think it's a very important question. I understand what you're saying. We are in this economic scenario that is pushing people into informality, and it's forcing people that were usually formally employed to become entrepreneurs. And sometimes we believe that the entrepreneur is sometimes someone who is passionate by his business, but sometimes it's only a matter of necessity. So I agree with you. I think we have a long road ahead of us. We could be doing more. Facebook is working not only with the government, but also with education institutions, community, and NGOs to understand how we could enhance this training, how we could invest more, so that people have more tools to become entrepreneurs. But many entrepreneurs, due to the boost of that the digital platform is giving to their business, they become also employers. So of course, some business won't work, and they will bankrupt. But we have thousands of stories of entrepreneurs that were forced to become businessmen and could find a space into the digital platform, and from then on, they became employers. So I believe this is a dimension that we can't forget, and I agree with you. We have to. This is a year in which Facebook is investing a lot, and we are trying to increase and enhance our role as trainer and also offering more tools for this population. Someone else? Ryan?
I think that e-commerce and marketplaces such as Amazon open up opportunities and provide new ways for small businesses, for individual entrepreneurs of all sizes to reach customers in a way that is much easier, and in a way that would just not have been possible without the internet. I agree with you that additional training is needed. We work very closely with our small business customers, with those who want to maybe have not exported their products or services previously and want to do that. So we work with them to help them do that easily. I know that the U.S. government and other governments also work closely to bring small businesses into the internet age and take advantage of internet services. So I agree, it is kind of, I think, challenging, but I think it's also very exciting about the new opportunities that all across the world have.
Gracias, Brian. Nada más. Vamos
Thank
a hacer
you,
una cosa
Ryan.
rápidamente.
We have two more questions now. And so you could answer, and at the same time, if you could answer all the questions at the same time, and at the end, I'm Matiz from Argentina, and taking advantage of players of the public and private sector, I would like to understand your opinion about this controversy of the business model that are based on the profit of the use of personal data.
I'm Marconi from the Brazilian Agency of Innovation. I would like to ask right now that we are in a crisis and where the growth of entrepreneurship is a reality. What's your specific opinion about intellectual property? We know that the internet is a big machine of copies, is a big copying machine, and you can see the case of remix of products and services, and all of a sudden we have a company that is questioning and that is asking about this investment of a business that did the remix. So we are talking about exponential technologies like robotics, neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and platforms that, for example, Google uses TensorFlow. So how does that directly impact the United States, where we have a intellectual property security of many years? So we are here in a big acceleration. So how are you thinking about the redesign of intellectual property in such a fast pace that we are living? The intellectual property is actually not following this speed. Thank you very much. Let's answer. Afterwards, we're going to have an intellectual property rights enforcement panel, but we can have a few answers. We're going to talk about data protection and intellectual property, so you can start. Thank you for your questions. I'm going to try to start by answering the first question. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. And you were asking what the table thinks about the business models based on user data. Not only Brazil, but also Latin America as a whole, especially Brazil, because of the moment that we are having of legislative discussions about what is going to be the personal data protection law in Brazil, and it is followed by a very important historical moment, the creation of the civil framework of the Internet that could bring rights and duties instead of a legislative perspective that could criminalize Internet. So this is the moment for a debate. The problem that I see in this debate is the trend that we see to demonize each and every type of use of business model that is based on user data. We hear terrible stories about how this is bad, and I think that they are more impacting, and sometimes they have more room than the positive stories of using user data. We're not against the regulation of personal data in Facebook. We are in favor of it. As a platform, we want to have a space for judicial security that we can operate. But I think it's important for us to remember that the data can be very beneficial for the users. It is the processing and use of data, of course, responsible use of data that guarantees the privacy of the user. It is a data processing that allows publicity to be guided, to be directed, and to generate such concrete results and such real results in the lives of those who use platforms. The use of these data allows the beginning of innovative businesses, and it also contributes to the offer of services. So once again, we are in favor of a law that protects personal data, that respects the privacy of users, and also allows, and it is also a place of regulation that is not going to freeze innovation and is not going to scare companies away from the country so that we can have new businesses in the future. Regarding intellectual property, I think you have a very significant point. You said that intellectual property cannot keep up with the speed of technology development. I agree. What area of law can keep up with the speed of technology? I would like to ask here. The mistake of many legislations around the world is to try to rush behind technology, regulating it, and after 2 to 3 months that technology is going to be developed and the legislation is going to be outdated. I really like the civil framework of Internet about the use of Internet in Brazil because it's based on principles and it's not focused on regulating that or this or that piece of technology. I think it's a more healthy approach to the business environment and to guarantee the rights inside the country. But I agree with you when you say that the intellectual property is one of the biggest challenges for us in this point. Brazil comes from a history of regulating intellectual property. Especially, I'm going to talk about the Brazilian copyrights law that for many years is waiting for a revisitation. It's waiting for a review, and I think there's a lot of expectations from the academia and from civil society and the government for the Brazilian copyrights law to be reviewed somehow so that it becomes more clear what are the safe spaces in terms of what can be done using the potential of Internet. Throughout my 12 years as a professor in FGV, I taught the intellectual property subject, so I'm very familiar with that. We actually are waiting for a reform, I can't state that, but a reform that allows business models to flourish without neglecting the rights not only of the Internet users but the owners of intellectual property. I think this is the biggest challenge. I would say the biggest challenge of intellectual property as a whole is to find a balance between the public interest of access, of cultural development, and also benefit and try to compensate those that are generating this value, that are generating these new productions. We are waiting for the next few chapters. Thank you. Someone else? I'm going to speak very briefly so that I would like to give my minutes if there is a woman that wants to ask a question. So I'm going to pass the floor to a woman if you have any question. Regarding the personal data, I think it's important to have user protection. The user always comes first, but business model is based on user data. You talked about machine learning and TensorFlow with the library of open source for machine learning. As a company, we should motivate other business models that can be created on that. We have been for years here in Brazil discussing a possible reform of the copyrights law. We had 2 public hearings and several consultations, and it's difficult to regulate all of that. YouTube, for example, has a content ID, which is a very innovative tool from Google for management of copyrights in the Internet. It has worked very well. And as my last message, I would like to say that we have to defend a legal framework that protects the user, protects the Internet, so that the Internet can be an open and democratic space and promote innovation and new business models, and so that new companies and new entrepreneurs can find space in the Internet. Mindy? Eu só queria dizer
who's here. So Laura Hamill, if anyone has specific questions about intellectual property, you can see her after.
Muy bien. Bueno.
They asked me to do a very brief comment. In Mexico, there is a study from the Secretariat of Public Credit that collects taxes in Mexico, and they are studying a few risks. There are these business models, but I agree that the Mexican authorities are going to work on this intelligently, and they're going to promote a regulation to promote these models and not to eliminate them. With that, I would like to thank the panelists, and I thank I thank Oscar, Olga, Adrian, everyone that is with us during the day. The people who are remotely also listening to us in the internet. Thank you, Luca, for his hospitality, and thank you for inviting us and to close this panel. We're going to have 15 minutes of coffee break, and then we're going to return to the next panel on intellectual property rights enforcement. A round of applause to our panelists. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the invitation of Olga Cavalli for being here to moderate these discussions of the second session of the morning about intellectual property rights enforcement and the challenges that people who work in this area have and the users of the internet. The protection of the rights, the limits, and to what extent the use is legitimate. This is a discussion that has happened since the beginning of internet, and it remains very updated. The doubts continue being raised in the academia and also in the corporate aspect. Here we have a few authorities. I'm not going to use much time to introduce them because I believe all of you are looking forward to hearing them. We have at the table Igor Valerio from Motion Picture Association, Daniel Ackerman from the U.S. Department of Justice, Carolina Panzolini from the Department of Intellectual Rights Ministry from the Ministry of Culture, Ellen Rocha de Souza from the Federal University of Rio, and lastly, Bruna Castanheira de Freitas from CTS FGV. The last one to speak will be Alan. We have the first to speak, Igor Valerio, Motion Pictures Association. Thank you for the invitation to speak to such a qualified audience who is so interested in this topic that is very dear for the content industry. Very briefly, I would like to say that the Motion Pictures Association is an association from the audiovisual sector. All of the members are American, but the association has been in Brazil since the 1940s, working in a very close partnership with the sector of local production and distribution. I said that the governance topic is very dear for the content industry, and I would like to show you a piece of data. The Visual Network Index from 2015 brought us a very interesting information. From all the traffic of consumer internet in 2015, 70% was consumed in video, using video. Video from everything, from CCTV, videos of kittens and puppies. The total of videos without distinguishing the categories. 1/3 of these 70% was consumed in a category that the index calls IVTV, the Internet Video to TV, a content that is a lot closer to this part of creation from the TV and film industries. So the topic of internet governance is very important in the agenda of the content production industry. It's an industry that also expects to have their voice heard and recognized as a very important player. The content produced is one of the reasons and one of the main reasons why people access the internet nowadays. So this is a very important segment to be considered in discussions about internet governance. The panel specifically is about intellectual property rights enforcement. So I would like to say that in the area of copyrights, enforcement has concentrated almost completely in the digital realm. When we talk about digital, we have a huge taxonomy of terms. We talk about websites, applications, peer-to-peer networks. So it concentrated in the digital realm in the last few years. Instead of entering specifically in the audiovisual segment, I would like to talk about enforcement in general and maybe identify a few topics that have always been there and have always been very important when we talk about the guarantee of rights in the network, enforcement of any type of right in the network. So I would start by talking about one point that has always been considered very important not only in the IT enforcement, the IP enforcement, but in general, the deliberation of the guarantees of freedom of expression in the network. It's a topic that starts when we talk about enforcement in the internet. It's a structural topic of this debate about enforcement.
So the main goal of the network is to communicate. And in this sense, when we consider all the difference with the previous means of communication, the network retains information, and the phone network didn't do that. So if you consider the difference, the internet is also a communication mean. This is its main purpose. So the things that are illicit and for instance the disrespect of rights on the internet is always happening into the communication of point A and point B and several other points connected to the network. So the idea that interrupting the illicit could come from interrupting that communication. And this is the reason why this freedom of speech theme is always in the debate about the network. Not only when you're speaking about property rights, property rights is more common because it's an expression, it's an act of communication. But you use the resources of a network that provide this mean of communication, but it also enhance the communication. But all enforcement in the network will include this discussion of this limit of freedom of speech. So if you define hypotheses in which this broad guarantee of freedom of speech is replaced by the guarantee of other rights, is the most important topic when you discuss enforcement of any kind of rights on the internet. So in the past, one of the first definitions of freedom of speech, and I'm not willing to enter into this debate because we only have 10 minutes, but I would like to read this definition, one of the first definitions of the UN. The freedom of speech is one of the most precious rights of man. All citizens could write and speak freely, answering for the abuse according to the law established. So even in the first definition, this concept also brought this concept of limitation of this right in case there were a violation of this right. So this is the most difficult topic when we speak about enforcement online. So this modern version of this conflict, and probably the most present in my area, is that if we interrupt that communication, that is specific communication, if it's possible or not. If it depends on each jurisdiction. So a way how this topic is being addressed here in Brazil, and I'm sorry the way they have treated it like that, is that blockage of WhatsApp. Due to all the visibility of this topic, this topic of interrupting expression, the theme of blockage or suspension was very polarized by WhatsApp discussion. And in my modest opinion, this is not a paradigm, an adequate paradigm to discuss this topic. This topic of the conflict between the freedom of speech and other rights. These are sanctions, and in the understanding of the judges, WhatsApp didn't comply to one of their obligations that are in the Internet legal framework, and that's why they suspended the WhatsApp. So it's a sanction that is not related to this preview discussion between freedom of speech and the guarantee of other rights. So I think this is a bad example. And I have spoken about freedom of speech and some limits of this freedom. In second place, I would like to speak about this topic about this net neutrality rule and what are the contours of this topic. Is maybe the second most important topic when we talk about property rights enforcement on the internet. So this concept is the application of an old concept of the public carry for the internet area. The concept of public carry or common carry came from this even oldest concept that was related to the transportation of goods. It's a very old concept that when you apply on the internet, it's not proper, because if you understand that the common carriers of the past, they are very different from the internet providers, because the internet providers, they have this public characteristics that should be distributed for everyone. Considering all the net neutrality rules of the internet, of course. So I only have 1 minute, but I will try to sum up. So this net neutrality concept has served to prevent the IPS from establishing agreement that would guarantee privilege of traffic. So if I pay more for one ISP, so my website would be faster or would have easy access, different from my competitors. So inside this enforcement topic, this topic of net neutrality comes as the obligation of the common care of the ISP to give this identical service to everyone. It comprises the service provider. So this is the limit. If the net neutrality finds this limit of the state obligation of giving of guaranteeing other rights or not. So Brazil may be the only place where he has seen. So this net neutrality crystallization in this region has brought this limitation embedded in it. So the Argentinian law, for instance, when they speak about net neutrality, they say that you could guarantee the neutrality unless there's something contrary to that. The law from Chile, they say that you have to guarantee the right of the users to access any content that is not forbidden. So this is the second topic that is very important when we speak about enforcement on the internet. And the third is about the conflict of norms and jurisdiction, but I don't have time to speak about that. Thank you, Igor. And I'm going to be strict with time, but we could address this theme and when we were answering questions. Now, Dennis, please. Thank you, Daniel Ackerman. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. I am a public prosecutor in the United States. I'm based in Washington and in Los Angeles, and I also have been working there for 8 years, and before that I was a state prosecutor, and I have worked in California for 8 more years. So now I am part of the group of informatic rights, but I'm here in the working in the consulate of São Paulo to give as a consultant to my partners. in the area of intellectual property, especially in digital means. So when we are speaking about information crimes, we are speaking about invasions, where, for instance, there's a hacker trying to enter the system to get data, to breach security systems, or maybe they are trying to diminish this image of a website, for instance, inserting offensive messages or something like that. Or they are trying to distribute a malware or trying to deny service of the domain from that domain. So we do not deal with child pornography. We have another nuclei that another team that works with that. Only those who are practicing hackers, those hackers is our goal in our group. So in this area of intellectual property, we investigate and we sue people who are breaking this law, and also copyrights and some kind of competition that is not proper. For instance, they can download data from this company, confidential data, in order to compete with them. For instance, if you have this hacker who has no authorization to be in that system, so he's trying to have this unfair competition there in this website. So it's kind of a commerce secret. It's a way of protecting intellectual property, so that you're able to choose that brand, and you should respect that property, that copyright. So this is something that we don't have in the United States, because this is debated into the civil law between the private parties. So we consider as intellectual property things that here in Brazil you consider like industrial property, but there in the States we don't have this concept of industrial property. We consider all them as intellectual property. So this kind of offense is we take care of this kind of offense.
What happened is that 10 to 15 years ago, we started to understand, to realize that this type of offense was becoming transnational, due in fact to the growth of the internet and tools and electronic tools, electronic devices, to be able to communicate and transfer data and information of all kind. Many of our cases and the processes resulted that the targets were abroad. The proof that we needed to support this demand was also abroad, and for us to be able to have successful processes in this area, we would need to create new connections or strengthen connections that already existed with the institutional partners. So in the context of Brazil, I'm talking about the public prosecution offices, civil police, federal police, the customs, the federal road police. Basically what we see is that if you are able to get a product to the international market, probably you're also going to be able to buy this product on the internet through websites like eBay. You can stay at home and purchase things that you had to go to a mall to purchase 5 to 10 years ago. And this is a positive innovation. What happens is, as we know, when there is a positive and productive innovation, there will be criminals trying to abuse of this technology as well, because there's a lot of profit and they're going to try to make profit out of it. This is a reality of the society. So this also needs partnerships, not only with the owners of the brand. This has always existed, but now partnerships with the payment services, like the e-commerce platform, so that they help supervising this with the information that they receive from the brand, from links that are not reliable. This is very important. Not because of issues of protecting this profitability for the owner of the brand. It is also about protecting society, because if you are purchasing a counterfeit medicine or a counterfeit toy, this could hurt somebody. So this is also an issue of protecting the consumer's health and protecting the society, as well as protecting the economy of a country as well. So what we do is we assess them in real time. We assess the partners and the prosecutors and everyone who is taking care of this case. We provide them training in the areas where they need some help. And then we also try to establish points of contact with the owners that want assistance for their efforts. Not only in the digital context, like removing and disabling the website that is providing streaming service without authorization, but also arresting these people, trying to locate these people and understanding where they are managing this website, so that you can also motivate acknowledgement that there will be a punishment, that there will be a cost for this kind of illegal commerce. And also try to exchange ideas and experiences about issues that are frustrating for our initiatives, our cases. I'm going to give you one example, just because of the tight schedule. It is a crime in the area of property and intellectual property. It's an intentional crime to produce something without authorization. But if you do a streaming, you could say that you are actually reproducing a work. Actually, no, because this is the advantage of doing a streaming service. You are not downloading the file to your hard disk, but you still can watch a film or a series. So in our law, this is considered a public display of the work, of the film or the series. If you violate the copyrights in the form of the public display without authorization, this is just an offense. This is a misdemeanor, not an intentional crime. So we need to face this new reality. we need to understand these public displays that the users are using to see the content. They don't need to download the content anymore. So I would like to thank the SSIG and FGV for carrying out this event. I will be here for any questions, and have a good day. We thank you, Daniel. Thank you for speaking Portuguese. It's a perfect Portuguese, actually. And I'll pass the floor to Carolina. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. On behalf of the Ministry of Culture, I would like to thank you and say this is a very important opportunity for the ministry to be in this debate with authorities in this topic and representatives of different segments. We firmly believe that the dialogue needs to be established as transparently as possible. I am a worker from the ministry for 7 years. I have a degree in law. I was in the legal consultancy, and now I am in the copyright department. The topic of copyrights in the digital environment is extremely important for the ministry. The digital world is one of our biggest priorities, and it's one of our biggest internal debates. It is the object of public policies and regulatory production. And not only from the standpoint of enforcement, everything that was produced in terms of copyrights in the digital environment and the way that the intellectual works have been transferred, explored, and downloaded in the digital environment, the new business models, this all makes the topic more than urgent and more than necessary. A while ago, we produced the standards for the use of intellectual property in the digital environment, and we're working on regulation for streaming. We were observing the recent decisions from the Justice Court about the topic, and specifically about enforcement. We have a very big concern, even though we also have some institutional limitations, because the Ministry of Culture, of course, has no executive capacity. The enforcement capacity on it in itself, which does not decrease the importance and the need to have a partnership on this topic. The Ministry of Culture owes to the society a work of qualification and education about this topic, and we need to raise awareness about this, because when we talk about enforcement, when we talk about the infraction of copyrights in the digital environment, we're talking about several different spectra and different layers of different dimensions. So you have a specific organization that is put together for that specific purpose, and we also have small content producers and small content users, and we also have the citizen that uses intellectual works without the authorization. So the Ministry of Culture has an important role in raising awareness and spreading this issue, and also consolidating this discussion. I realize institutionally and personally a big transition of awareness on intellectual property in general. Up to a few months ago, our judicial lines of thought was always on the material property, so all of this transition is very recent, and there will only be a growth, there will only be a discomfort and that citizen that uses intellectual works without authorization if we have frequent discussions about the topic and an effective action by the ministry. We are developing some lines according to these aspects, and we hope to put them into practice soon. Something that people ask us very much is the reform of the copyrights law. There is no effort employed right now towards a big reform, a reform on all topics from the first to the last article, because we understand, we have understood for a few months that if you put topics of different natures inside the same basket to try to have a big review, this takes a long time, this takes a lot of effort, and sometimes the result is not the best. So we are identifying prioritary topics for the reform. A recent example was the adaptation of Law 9610 that talks about limitations. We are thinking about changing it to comply with the Marrakesh Covenant. We are working specifically on the digital topic inside this law. So this is a priority for us among other laws inside the Copyrights Act. People are always asking us to say something about bills of law that treat the enforcement of copyrights and the possibilities of transforming the copyrights in the digital environment. The ministry has always tried to be positive about the protection, about mechanisms that aim at protecting the intellectual works, their authors, and the holder of these works. But there's always a very big caution about balance. We are trying to also take into consideration other institutional principles like the freedom of expression, the dignity of the human beings, and proportionality. Whenever we read a bill of law and we have to give our opinion about it, of course, we always mind the intellectual property, we always analyze the copyrights aspect, but there is a great concern about proportionality, because we have as our basic principle the protection of the intellectual works, but we cannot jeopardize the access to culture, information, and education, which are very interesting and important factors as well. This discussion has been in our routine in Brasilia. It is a priority. There have been some interruptions from the ministry. Of course, this is going to take a longer time. Recently, we have created a group of work group in Brasilia to handle digital economy. And many agendas were included, many other institutions were included, including the Ministry of Culture. So besides the internal and regulatory issues, we are also discussing this in a more macro level. So each one of the institutions, of course, have their own agenda and their competences, but what we noticed today, and it's noticed all over the world, is that effectively the biggest challenge for intellectual property and rights in general is the digital environment. The business models are changing. They have migrated. The streaming today is one of the biggest displayers of intellectual works. So it's necessary to give an effective response and also a proportional and appropriate response from the constitutional point of view. We have had a few difficulties when it comes to situations that we don't have access to because they are private relationships, so the state goes up to some extent. We also have some limitations when it comes to the institutional competences. The enforcement is mainly a responsibility from the Ministry of Justice. But as I said, this is a group work. This is an urgent effort. We are trying to spread the knowledge about enforcement of copyrights. The infraction of copyrights in the digital environment happens in several levels and dimensions. So we have to fight them in every one of these dimensions. What we recognize today is a vulnerability condition for the author of intellectual works or the rights holder. It's a situation that happens all over the world, as I said, but we live in one of the most creative countries of the world when it comes to the production of songs and films that are recognized all over the world. I have 1 minute, but I would like to say that the Ministry of Culture is absolutely open and available for dialogue and for delivering an effective service provision and significant service provision for society. Thank you.
So I'll give the floor to Bruna Castanheira, a researcher at FGV. Good morning, everyone. Since the schedule is tight, I'll try to be brief. So, aiming at preventing judicial suits like those that had blocked WhatsApp, as Igor has cited, the lower house has proposed PL 5130, but this bill has also other projects like that establish exceptions for blocking applications. So one of the proposal is of that the bill 5402 that forces the ISP such as Oi and Vivo to block access to applications that are hosted abroad or that do not have a representation in Brazil. So in the text of the bill, we say that it's dedicated to punishable crimes with minimal penalty of 2 years of arrest, except for honor crimes. So we have this proposal, and we will have exceptions. So it will be allowed the block of sites and application in case of physical assault, kidnapping, robbery, extortion, and fire. And we have this long list, like the constitution of militias and passive corruption, and so on. But the justification of this proposal, we notice, and this is very interesting, especially in the 5402, its justification is based in matters of intellectual property rights. And we cite some entities that are supporting the project, and they are all involved in problems of property rights breach, especially on the internet. And some associations that we have is the Brazilian Association of Intellectual Rights, the Brazilian Associations of Independent Producers for TV, and the Association Against Piracy. So in case this bill is approved, the ISP would be forced to block the access to websites that have content that are protected by intellectual rights. And we should mention that the Brazilian Internet Civil Rights Framework is not does not address this matter of intellectual property. In the 31st article, they say that matters involving intellectual property will be legislated separately. And we know that there's no law addressing this specific issue of intellectual rights online. But this bill is bringing in a simplified way this proposal to prevent access to online contents. And we know that it's going in the opposite direction of international associations that are thinking about the internet, so that the property rights, intellectual property rights, are respected, but also the freedom of speech. We have the Digital Millennium Compartheid in the U.S. that explain clearly how the notice and takedown process happened, but it also suffers abuse and it's used in an improper way. Because we know that we are making available protected works online, but there are also a request for removal of properties that are not true, are not truthful. For instance, we have this recurrent problem of when somebody wants to censor content, for instance, they do this kind of complaint. So the entertainment industry is not pleased with the proposals of DMC. MPAA said once that they are always seeking ways to improve the legal procedures like DMC, and also trying to improve the communication with actors of the digital world. So with the growth of internet in terms of users and services, the intellectual property rights holders, they're always lobbying the Congress to improve these rights or increase the barriers. The entertainment industry are trying to remove from air those those sites that are considered pirate websites. So these demands are being addressed with this DMC Plus. That is an agreement that was made with, involving the entertainment industry and the private sector, so that according to this institution, they can self-regulate to prevent abusive actions. So with the development of online platforms that distribute content, we understand that the intermediate and the holders of property rights, they are codependent, either due to mass agreements for the spread of some contents, or due to vertical agreements that integrate the distribution of content. For instance, we have Content ID from YouTube. It's a good example. That is how the DMC Plus enforcement is a symbiotic institution. So this dilemma is for those who are dealing with this kind of agreement, is that we observe that every time that we renew this kind of instruments, we are creating new barriers. So what we have is a gap between what the law is require and what the intermediate are doing. So the largest this gap, the bigger our concern about the users and the ISPs, because they are not constituting enough representation to mitigate this debate, and including which solutions we could do and which site could be blocked, regardlessly of a legal demand or not. So the ISP, in which the users are able to generate content, and also the search engines, they have been adopting this DMC plus measures, like answering gradually, removing links and blocking some contents. For instance, the content ID, that is an example. In order to conclude this overview that I try to expose in a brief way, we have that the present scenario, the intermediate, they have taken measures that are well beyond that what is provided by law to protect this intellectual rights. So agreements such as DMC plus, they could be beneficial, but if they were really voluntary and if they were able to reflect a consensus of the intellectual right holders and companies, like adjusting obligations that involve this intellectual rights. For ISP who have enough structure to implement this DMC plus agreement, these measures could be a reasonable way to prevent these breaches, and it could enable new business opportunities. But the small and medium ISP, they could have a disadvantage because this measure from DMC plus, they are adopted for the great intermediates. And if they adopt, these measures are implemented for all. So in order to finish my presentation, we have that the application of DMC Plus raises a series of concerns for internet users, those who also have online business, because the agreements of good practice are negotiated in private without the participation of groups that are representing the public interest. So there's this lack of transparency, and the protocols, they display the responsibilities for the defendant, and sometimes you demand expertise from authorities that are not experts. So in this process, they may be not proper, and in the end, they could remove contents that are not breaching intellectual rights. So that internet can benefit from DMC plus, the good practice should embed protection for internet users and also online business that have their interest and they are at risk of being taken out of this business. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Bruna. I'll pass the floor to Alan, our last presentation. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I'm sorry that I was a little bit late. I was in São Paulo. So I only have 3 slides. And by listening to our peers, I have the impression that the intellectual rights enforcement will end the problems of the world. If we solve this problem, the world will enter this new phase that is wonderful. And all the problems are solved, and we will have intellectual rights enforcement, and this will guide all humanity to heaven. This is what I have heard. I'm not surprised, of course, from the standpoint of this traditional from the U.S. Department of Justice and also the repression of other countries. They are preventing them to open their limitations to adequate. But I'm surprised that the Ministry of Culture is focusing on enforcement when they haven't solve the problem of the Marrakesh Treaty that is shaming us, since the Calheiro minister has taken on as a minister, and it was a big failure what happened with the Marrakesh Treaty. So from this Treaty of Disability, they started also advocating for the industry against the disabled people. So I'm very worried about all these measures, and I'm considering that a good part of those which are leaders of the Ministry of Culture, they come from the PPS party, and they have no knowledge about the access of culture and also departments that they are leaders of. And I'm very worried, but it's the scenario in Brazil as a whole is very worrisome. We have to talk about that. And I have listened to forbid, criminalize, to interrupt communication. That's all I've heard in these first moments. It's like a religious discourse, and it is. And we have to be careful with that, because this enforcement discourse and trivialization of the criminalizations that is happening since the 90s, diminishing the rights and reflecting into the laws, has deepened the problem of respect to intellectual rights and didn't solve it. It made the problem even deeper because it does not reflect people. People are not felt reflected in this law, and this composition of interests is like a legislation should have. So the citizen does not feel represented there. When someone like ABDR have done and goes, for instance, to your university, and you say that you cannot Xerox books that are not printed anymore, and when you go to people, they go to cine clubs that are showing movies that are no longer protected. This is not enforcement. This does not protect the intellectual right, does not promote intellectual rights and the respect to intellectual rights.
So this enforcement speech is actually very nice from the point of view of control, but it doesn't solve the problem. It just generates more cultural exclusion. During the political debate about the copyrights in the network, we have been discussing this for many years. There has been changes in the models, the business models, and we're still discussing this. The first projects approved were notice and notice, or notice and takedown. You will have an opportunity to answer if that is an offense or not, or that needed a judicial decision. From a certain moment, since the great industry of content didn't see their interests reflected there, this was removed from the civil framework, and there's little discussion about the copyrights law. When we have a legislative vacuum, what happens is the private powers, they start regulating, which was the example that Bruna just gave us. They start doing commercial agreements, creating standards that become a justification for the creation of a law, because that is already a practice of the market among the great players. That is how it happens. And that is the moment that we are living now. We are now in a legislative vacuum. The economically stronger and politically more influential powers end up regulating a situation of strong public interest. That is extremely problematic as well. But that's not the only point that is problematic. We wish it were. With this speech, we have an implicit rejection of the specific role of limitations. And what are the limitations? Now I would just like to briefly read a decision, a strong judicial precedent that we need to repeat and reiterate whenever we can. And that was spread to other courts, which was the Special Resource 964. It says many things, but I would like to mention two. Actually, three. First, the need to have a systematic interpretation of the limitations and copyrights. Ensuring, the part is very important, ensuring the fundamental rights and constitutional principles in alignment with the author's rights. Not only freedom of expression, but also right to intimacy, right to private life, culture, information, religion, among others. So we're not talking about copyrights and freedom of expression. We have access to culture, access to education. This is one of the fundamental rights, but it's not the God of rights, as they want to make us believe. And the other aspect is the effective protection. We just know the extension of the protection of private rights after we consider the limitations in the 46, 47, and 48, and also in other articles of the same law. Due to this, we must consider the example. So what is listed here is it's just examples where we can create analogies on. Analogies to other similar cases. Interpreted and applied according to the fundamental rights. So we're not talking here about a monster. We're talking about the limitations of the human rights, which are key parts of the health of the copyright system. These are paramount, so the system exists. It's not by chance that in the United States we have the fair use. There are fair dealings in other places. There are similars to fair use in Singapore, Israel, and Korea. Next week we're going to have an event in the Cultural Center of the Federal Justice where we're going to present research about the economy of limitations. And in this research, it shows that in the countries that opened limitations, there is a clear economic improvement. There is a chart that shows this. So the digital economy has to guarantee the role of limitations, but this is not the speech that we are listening to. This is not what we are visualizing. Of course, we expect this from MPA, from ECAD, but this is not expected from the standard American speech. We want to develop our economy, but we don't want the others to develop. This is a clear and simple point. I just have 1 minute left. And in this 1 minute, I'm going to say that we have at least 4 items to be approached when we talk about enforcement in the digital environment. That is a key disrespect to other fundamental rights. First is the disability, the people with disabilities. We have the Statute of People with Disabilities that force any intellectual work to have a accessible format. This is very expressive. This cannot deny due to copyrights or other types of intellectual property rights. The right to education and privacy. As we see in Article 46, this is applied to the digital environment. It does. We are going to see courses online being the target of enforcement of copyrights because they probably used the Article 46 or 47. It is allowed to use part of a work, of an intellectual work, in another intellectual work. This is allowed. So when we say that any infraction caused by a robot is an infraction, we are preventing the exercise of this right, which is a right of access to creativity and a right to produce intellectual property. So if we accept that, we unfortunately are going to be giving up on one of our most important rights. There is also something related to satire and humor. There's a lot of videos that are satires or are humor versions of other videos, and this is allowed in Article 48 of the legislation. To conclude, without access to a robust access to knowledge and culture, this is not going to be possible for us to have new authors because new creations depend on cultural references from the past. We are not going to have new works because new works This myth of originality is something from the 19th century, guys. We need to overcome this. The new works depend on the pre-existing works. Many of them are created based on that. Documentaries is an example, and didactic books use parts of different works, of previous works. Without authors, we're not going to have authors, we're not going to have work, and we're not going to have audience, because we just create the desire to participate in the cultural life when we are exposed to this cultural environment. We just want to go inside a museum because we have learned to like museums. We just want to pay to go to the theater because we learned to like theaters. We just want to buy a book in a bookstore because we learned to like to read. So without this, we don't have authors, we don't have works, and we don't have public. So we're going to become cultural vegetables. If we go in the path of enforcement, that's what's going to happen. Thank you, Alan, for your very provocative speech. And I think that closes a panel whose beauty is all over this debate. We have here the public aspect, the private aspect, the academia, the protection, the access, and now we're going to open to the questions from the audience. And as Juliana said, we want questions from women, because women didn't ask many questions in the morning. Can you please take the microphone? There is a question on the first row. I'm going to ask my question in Spanish. Since the internet created a live and open model, it will be very difficult to control each one of the users on the content that they are exchanging on the internet, and also take into consideration that we need to contemplate not only the rights of the authors, where the rights of authors in the country where the author is from. How can we control this? Should we let the society benefit from the access to culture, and should we let the benefits, allow the benefits from the disclosure of this work on the internet? In the academia, isn't it wrong to say that we cannot access information, or else we're going to violate the rights of the author, the copyrights? We deprive other people from getting to know these works. So my question is, what is the balance between the benefit that we can give to the author, the author of a work, and the benefits that the author himself would have in society? What is more important in your opinion? What's your name? Viviana. Who would like to answer that? Viviana, thank you for your question. I'm going to give you a couple of answers. I believe the question that you are asking us is the most difficult question that exists in the intellectual property topic. The system was created with the idea of granting the authors a monopoly, which is a temporary monopoly. It's not an eternal monopoly. It lasts for a few years, a monopoly of the creation. So that at the end of the day, these creations, these works, can be incorporated into a larger group of knowledge and technology and other human works, other human creations. How can we make this effectively work, and how can we achieve this balance that is more favorable to the public than to the private sector? I think this is the science that we are studying today, specifically in the digital environment. What is the true balance that we should achieve so the access to knowledge by the public does not overcome the limits of the ideal incentives to the creation of works? I think this doesn't have an easy answer. In the last 10 to 15 years, almost 20 years actually, from the creation of some legislations, what we have seen in terms of laws dedicated to the digital environment was a series of attempts to finding this balance. These are attempts that go through legislative processes. They go through government authorities in different parts of the world. This is the political process. And sometimes it happens that maybe a group that has more voice or has more influence is able to get a law that is more favorable to them. But the attempts that existed were in the direction of trying to find this balance. In the United States, for example, sometimes you forget that DMCA, when it was created, that was created exactly to guarantee that the providers of the internet services could have a business that wouldn't be attacked from all sides. And especially because of a few civil rights theories in the United States, they would have responsibility for the content that would be streamed in the networks. So this measure at the time was an important legislative tool for the development of the digital world, the digital environment all over the world. But I think we couldn't reach this balance yet. We have still a lot to do, a lot to debate. That is why I am very happy about this discussion with such different representatives here.
I have another comment from Carolina.
We have I'm going to speak in English. I think it's important to highlight that it's very important that the government speaks exhaustively about the access matter, but also takes action in the direction of enforcement, especially online. Otherwise, all the logic of exception and limitation would be compromised. If our view was exclusively on the access, those who produce would be harmed. And the logic of the Article 46 that is applied to the digital environment was understood because the interpretation established by the Supreme Court. And we also have this logic of exceptions and limitations that are based in the past in Berna. So we have to respect the legitimate rights of the authors and the work. And we have to think about special cases. This is what I wanted to add. I will have to complement. I'm sorry. To focus on enforcement is to fight against limitations, not to balance. The focus on enforcement won't promote the health of the system. It will only restrict limitations because the Ministry of Culture this course is around enforcement, and Rodolfo has this background, and society should really suspect these actions. We haven't even understood how to apply this enforcement. We are making a mistake, in my opinion. That's it. Another question, please. Only one more. Two more. Good morning. My name is Ana Flávia. I'm a law student from the Federal University in Minas Gerais. Thank you for your presentations. I'm very surprised, especially Mr. Alain. You have presented my monography practically, and I have two questions, in fact. The first one is really the civil framework of internet has this loophole, and we acknowledge these deficiencies because we see the political censorship in other countries, especially during electoral moments, and this is very harmful. But notice and take down is a difficult and dangerous way, but it's also faster. Do you think that this this judicial notification before taking down would be more effective? Or should we have this third model? Because notice also takes time, and this relationship in the internet, they demand all this dynamism. And also, I'd like to comment on Alain and Carolina presentations about the copyright, and I'd like to understand if there's an interest in this reform of the limitations, if you are interested in restructuring the model, because as Alain said, we have the Article 46 about transformative ways of using the works. It's the fair use, but it's not applied here. We don't see this as a limitation as we have in the fair use. I think it's a more discretionary model, and I think that we have an openness to relate with copyright because all this new digital dynamic is demanding that. So I wanted to understand that under this legal perspective, you would like to introduce this kind of model based on open clauses due to the limitations and so on. I don't know if it was clear. Alan and Carolina were cited, but were mentioned, but if Bruna and Daniel also want to comment on that. I think that this discussion, if it's a justification versus exemplification, is a surpassed debate, and in fact it is a lie because the Supreme Court had already decided on this matter, and anything has changed from then. So the copyright shouldn't be this is logic that the limitations that apply to copyrights also are applied to other intellectual properties. So since Berna, we have this composition, and obviously this list cannot be exhaustive, and it won't be, because it won't be possible to expose all the possible situations, especially in different communication means, because they are always changing. Of course, the judiciary power will be always have something to say, because they are one of the powers, but I don't think that we have to have this kind of openness. The ceiling of this analogy is this free strike rules, because if we be careful with this discourse coming from the Ministry of Culture, because they're talking about restrictions and limitations and going back to the 90s. So we have to be careful. But the most important is that this room for opening will allow this balance according to the situation. So the second and third step, you're saying that you are not able to compete with the work, otherwise you would remove their their possibility of economic growth, and this is not a limitation. I understand there's no economical gain. It shouldn't overcome the other rights, especially those of being educated and being a citizen. And the third step is that any restriction is based in fundamental rights and also in property rights. So it's necessary that any citizen is very much aware about this enforcement discourse that aims at hiding this new limitation. This is a fallacious speech. It will prevent the cultural citizenship. It's not to promote economy and cultural integration. So concerning fair use, we understand the same way. Alan just commented on that. We don't understand this is the most adequate due to a series of reasons, especially due to the international law system from where we derive. And concerning the open clause, yes, we have been discussing, and we tend to go in this way. We have been discussing with the Cultural Committee in Brasilia, with Renata Abreu, who have talked about that. Of course, regulation and legislation are not able to address all the situations. That's why there is the judiciary power and it's involved. That's why we have to adequate with limitations and exceptions. So, as an expert and a technique from the Ministry of Culture, I have to observe that. I have to mention that. And there's this work to try to characterize the open clause as long as we respect the logic of exception and limitations. I want to comment on one of your questions, specifically about the limitation topic. And I'd like to quote the statutory system that we have and the fair use system. Both systems, they have advantages and disadvantages. The statutory system in Brazil that lists all the limitations, one of the advantages is to have juridical security. So the citizen who is reading the law should understand what is the limit to the author right. And the disadvantage is that it becomes outdated. So the more specific it is, greater the chances of becoming outdated. So before this reform, you could read 46 and you couldn't record music in your iPod. It would be an absurd. So you have advantages and disadvantages. And the fair use has the advantages of being an open clause. It's a logical clause. So you can have a different interpretation on the author right. But it has this disadvantage of security, lack of security from the legal point of view. But I would like to comment on fairest of them all, because they had made this analysis that was extensive to all decisions of the American Supreme Court related to the fair use, and they concluded that there's no consistency. Even when the clause goes to judiciary power, in the judiciary power, with this common law, with all this environment, they are not consistent. What adds to the problem of juridical and legal insecurity. So this is a legislative choice of the country, but it's important to have limits, and that these limits has disproportions to the protection of rights as well. Thank you. I would like to comment on that. I'd like you to suggest, because this discourse of fair use generates insecurity, it's one of the reasons to have the restriction. So You could read Unbundling Fair Use, and also Peter Jassy on the internet, a lot of things about fair use, and it shows exactly the opposite, that the fair use is very predictable since 92, and it has changed substantially since 92. So it's a great text. It's free online, and you can download it as well. And also Professor Alan's book as well. And I'll ask the last question to engage the two speakers that haven't talked yet. It's about jurisdiction. We are talking about authorship on the internet, and it has no boundaries, especially in your case, but also in the view of the researcher, how to address decisions that could be conflicting decisions on the same topic or on the same illicit act. I have to clarify first that as a prosecutor, my task is only to enforce the law as it's written. This is a right of the society to decide what the law should be. The prosecutor is only enforcing the law. So really, the idea is to help, is to add to this topic. For instance, in Brazil and other countries in this region, the numbers of criminal actions and also violation actions of copyrights and intellectual rights, trying to identify and help our partners to typify this kind of offense. Because there's a lot of money involved in this kind of market, in this illicit kind of market. So we see many rings involved in this kind of piracy. So we have to typify other kind of behaviors beyond from the copyright violations and brands, so on. So there are breaches that are only a type of crime that a ring is causing this loss that is greater to society than only the small breaches. So our idea is to try to identify the leaders of the rings, those who are really earning the profits, people who are behind in the background, not only those who are there on the surface. So in fact, this problem of different jurisdictions is another challenge to get the evidence, the relevant evidence, because if you're investigating a website, it could happen that the account date, if you're able to identify the real IP, maybe this company is located abroad or the target is abroad. So if we are able to help our partners to use international tools, formal or informal, we are also up until some point contacting these ISPs, because this kind of partnership is key to investigate any kind of offense that you can even imagine. For instance, child pornography, it's a classical example. It's an offense that is happening online. So the tools, the tactics, and practices that are used to investigate a website, for instance, the use of streaming identification could be used to identify other criminals as well. So I'm speaking about jurisdiction in this sense because Each country will have its own way of processing, and our idea is only to help these authorities that have the responsibility to investigate and process.
Thank you, Bruno. Do you have a final comment? Well, just a quick comment. This jurisdiction issue is very complicated. When we are in this understanding vacuum, we have the risk to find what Alan said before. While we don't have understanding, we are going to have YouTube that applies content ID that works with agreements. They're not based on laws, which are extrajudicial agreements, and also a homogenization that we end up applying from the United States here into Brazil without having a local discussion. I would like to thank the brilliant participation of each one of you and the attention of everyone, and the invitation of Daniel Fink so that he could be here today. Now the next panel. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. We're going to start our new session. So please, if you are in the next session, come to the table. Good afternoon, everyone. If you don't speak Spanish, please put your headphones. We're going to start with a keynote speech from Mr. Demi. Mr. Demi Getchko has a presentation. He is going to do the initial speech. I'm going to speak in Portuguese. Some slides are in English, but I just have a few of them, so I'm going to speak in Portuguese. How do you control this? Okay, great. So thank you very much for the invitation. The idea is to talk a little bit about domains, names of domains, and perspectives. The title is Present and Future, but I'm going to speak a little bit about the past. It's important for us to know the concepts from the past and show you some figures so that you can understand how things work. First thing that I would like to highlight is that it depends on the forum where we are and the approach that we're taking, but I think that we have a few resources that must be coordinated in the internet, but they are not critical resources. Critical resources are ones that have an intrinsic limitation. So IP numbers in version 4 were very critical, but names are not critical because you can have infinite names that you might have. So the important thing is that the internet doesn't have a shutdown button, it doesn't have a serious central control, but it needs to coordinate some things that are unique identifiers, ports that will be used, IP numbers, autonomous system numbers, and there's a sentence by John Pastel that represents what each one of these entities represent in the process. So names are paramount. If you want to access portal FGV-BR, there can only be one portal FGV-BR in the world, or else you wouldn't know which one to access. So there is only one FGV under BR, there is only one portal under FGV, so there's only one website with this name. This root here is a historical root of names where the last names of the internet are concentrated. These are the root servers that are listed on the screen. We had 13 root servers. An interesting idea is to see that this has been multi-sectoral since the beginning. People work with this because of the honor of the service. There's no compensation or no specific contract. And then you can see the different categories and institutions we have here. Companies, the green ones are companies. We have governmental bodies in red, the American ones in red. There are NGOs in lighter blue, and universities, which are the darker blue colors. If you take a look at where they are located, usually they're badly distributed all over the globe. 6 in Virginia and 2 in the same building in San Francisco and some other throughout the world. That would have been a weak characteristics. This shows the number of mirrors that each one of them has. They have an infinite amount of mirrors. So with the mirrors, you can see that this is an extremely solid structure. We can understand that the domain resolution is going to work. A domain needs to consult a root server because all of the last names that exist, the surnames that exist, are in the root. So there is a place where they ask what is the surname, where is the .br. So the .br is going to tell you where is FGV, and the FGV is going to tell you where is the portal FGV.br. Just to enter the discussion, I got a part from a book that was launched in 1989. At the time, the internet was one of the alternatives. There were many others, and I get a part here that talks about some domains that are North American, because historically they were born this way and they probably were under .os or not. This is a sentence from from Donnelly Fry from the book of 89. He said that the domains were originally North American, but if you take a look, some of them changed color in the next slide, and they started being operated in another way that allowed the registration all over the world. And they were operated by a company called Network Solutions that was purchased by VeriSign later on. Apart from that, we had domains of 2 letters that were domain of countries. And just for you to see a context, a historical context, the generic domains exist by contract. The ICANN create a contract, and the generic domains are operated. The regional domains that exist on a table called ISO 3166 at the time, it was defined that what was in this table would have their surname in the root. So regardless of how this happens now, if it is a root or if it is a country, you can see that the example for Antarctica, it is in the root, but it's not necessarily a country. It was created, they created a hierarchical structure. IANA took care of that before, and now it's a function of ICANN. These domains that I showed you before, the North American domains, were operated by Internic. They were all free, the country codes and the American ones, and that wasn't sustainable at the time. So they created the structure and they incubated the company. Network Solutions was incubated, and they started operating the 3 domains as .org. They became generic. And this tension turned into something called the Internet Ad Hoc Committee that created the 7 domains that are listed there. We had the green paper from the United States trying to privatize these domains in a more conventional way, removing them from the academic power. ICANN was created in '98, and Pastel passed away in this year, the same year. In 2003, we had an important reform. The names and domains under ICANN divided between generic and country code. They had many different characteristics. So today, the GSO is the NSO is a support institution. We had a few innovations in this area. Brazil is a domain, a country domain that is closed. It is not generically open, so you have to be a company or an individual to work on that. It is the 7th largest domain in the world. We had the decrease at the end of the year. Today we are in the level of January 1st that we were in other years in January 1st. We are not having incredible growth. This happens with domains in general. And the second level is not open to anybody who wants. You have to be a liberal professional, or you have to have a commerce or a part of the legislative power. So it's important to keep the semantics. It's an important characteristic of our domain. This is a table of how the domains are in the world. What are the most populated ones? Let's see if I can make this bigger so it's easier to see. The most populated ones that we have, of course, it's .com. This is the first one. There's a few country codes like China, Takialau, then there's island in the Pacific. Germany is also one of the most populated ones, and England. So these are the most populated domains in the world. In the world market, we have a table here that shows the growth, the reasonable constant growth, but the variation of the growth has decreased. This white line is the variation in growth, and it has been decreasing. And on the right, you have a table of the domain volume. This table is from the Center of European Domains. We have copied from them. This is another interesting table. I'm not going to be detailed about it, but this is a table that is surveyed twice a year by the Internet Consortium. It's an NGO in San Francisco. They try to see how many machines they can see under the name of domain. So there are more machines under .net than .com. It's curious to see this. Brazil is 4 to 5 times smaller in the names of domains, but there's a lot of machines under BR because we always work trying to appreciate the reality. So we always use .br in Brazil. This table shows the density, and it shows that it has a second level open or closed. You can see that there are few domains in the second level. This is not a very important
What is interesting for people in the domains is to say that regardless of your host, Amazon, YouTube, it's important to be there with this constant domain because you can change your host later on, or you can change your source or your locality, but you don't want to change your address. So this shows you the type of redirect that you can have. I could have this domain .br, and then I can point to another place if I move. This is important for any kind of domain, and it's very important if you want to have domain names in your area. So also you have this small table to show how these domains have evolved. It's a very side table. So the generic domains are in dark blue, and the news are listed on its side, X, Y, and so on. They are successful domains from the domain's point of view, because if you look this, they are less denser if you look this kind of X, Y, Z domains like .br, but I don't remember having received any email .xyz because they are trying to have more names than having machines of low archives. But this density is something that is very interesting. From the region domain point of view, we have new domains, the city domains and region domains. It was a long battle for them to establish, so you can see in this lower part of the graph. So this is only a general overview. I know we are late, so we should open for questions later. Well, we would like to formally start this panel. Thank you very much, Nemi. I'm going to present our panelist, Nemi, that is president of NIC.br, Marcus Kummer from ICANN, Eduardo Santoyo of .co, and we also have here Keith Drazik from VeriSign, and also we have this group, this pioneer group, the largest that we could have, to talk about this matter of domains.
Already been introduced. My name is Jörg Schweiger. I'm the CEO of DENIC, managing the German net space in the internet. DENIC is the registry for .de and one of the largest CCTLDs in the world. So to determine the current state of play of domains, I won't follow myself in Spanish. So just to double check if the translation was good or not. So to determine the current state of play of domains, I think it's a very good idea to take a look at the domain name industry. And if we take a look at the legacy GTLDs, if we take a look at major CCTLDs, then what we see is that growth has significantly declined over the recent years. So we saw some two-digit numbers in the past. Now most of the CCTLDs as well as the GTLDs are down to one-digit numbers, so they are even converging to zero. And the only real growth within the two number digits we do see currently is within the new GTLDs. But even over there, and remember, they are completely new on the market, right? And they were introduced to foster competition and choice. And well, even over there, we do see a lot of promotion, and some of the domains are even given away for free. So one could easily say, taking a look at the domain name industry right now, probably the trend is slightly negative. But then let's take a look into the future, and if I do want to project the future of domains, then I think it's very reasonable to take a look at the use of domain names. And very interestingly to note, one of the uses of domain names is they're being used as speculation objects. So there's a huge speculation market going on in China, and resulting in the fact that, for example, new GTLDs are parked to an extent of 70%. So 70% of those domains are not even used, right? And we do see a very active and vivid secondary market where those domains are being advertised and sold. By the way, not only new GTLDs, but legacy TLDs as well. So to sum up that part of the market, I think it's fair to say, very hard to predict if this market share or market par is going to grow or if it's not going to grow. If we take a look at other uses, then domains are used for personal and enterprise representation purposes. And if we look at the personal representation part, one question to the audience, what would you think? What is the country where the ratio between the number of inhabitants and registered domains is the highest? Any idea? Tokelau? No. I heard China to my left. No. Okay, so well, it's actually the Netherlands. And any idea on the ratio between inhabitants and number of registered domain names? What would you think? No? Okay, so it's 1 out of every third? No, yeah. 1 out of 3. So 1 out of 3 inhabitants in the Netherlands does own a domain name. So if we do project that on the future of domains, we can come up with a very interesting perspective that, for sure, there's a lot of potential over there, right? Because if only in the very best country there's 1 out of 3 owning a domain name, there's a lot of potential. But then it seems like domains sometimes are felt a little bit clumsy, and digital natives like you folks, you most of the time opt for social media like Facebook or Snapchat or even mobile applications to cope with your requirements. So that is going to reduce the potential of domains. Then the domain name industry is trying to counter that. So we are offering additional software like tools to easily build websites. We are trying to offer additional software to easy build secure communications like DNS-based authorized named identities. If one would like to take a look at the RFC, you'll see that this is a very interesting concept. So basically a lot of potential there. And finally, about domains and their usage within enterprises. Any idea about the ratio of enterprises in, say, Germany who really do own the domain name right now? Anybody wants to give a number? No? Well, actually 30%. So only 30% of enterprises in Germany do own a domain name, and for sure we do have a lot of potential over there as well. So I think my colleague to my left is getting nervous, so I have to wrap it up. And I would like to wrap it up as follows. So what is the current state of the domains name industry and domains? If we take the Super Bowl in the United States as an indicator, there had been more references to domain names recently than there had been to any social media. So we are very, very good in domain name industry. Thank you.
Gracias, Coach. Ahora vamos con el colega Marcus
Now,
Kummer
let's
del board de
go with
ICANN.
our colleague Marcus Kummer from ICANN. Eu também
answered most of what I was going to say on the very basic, but let me start with a question. Who has heard of ICANN's new GTLD program? Not everyone, yeah. And another question, who of those who have heard of it would be able to explain it to his or her mother or grandmother? Well, not bad, quite a few. I was also going to ask whether we can explain the difference between CCTLDs and GTLDs, but Demi has already explained that, so we don't need to go into that. But here are the basics. These are the CCTLD family and the GTLD family on either side of the slide. And here we go into the various levels, top level, second level, and third level. And I think on the previous slide, a nice example is on .br, the first level, the second level, .gov.br, the government of Brazil, and the third level, the Ministry of Foreign Relations, government Brazil. That explains the hierarchy of the various levels. But if you look at the number, top levels, we have now more than 1,000 top-level domains. Second level, many, many more, 288 millions. And third level, many, many, many more. I don't think anybody would know the figure of that level. Let me focus a bit on the new generic top-level domain of our program of ICANN. That was the largest expansion in the DNS history. It was opened in 2012, and the aim was to enhance competition, to enhance consumer choice, innovation, but also enhance protections and consumer trust. This program is now underway. We have, when we started it, said there's a clear commitment to follow up and to have subsequent rounds of GTLDs. But at the same time, we said that before doing so, we would need to capture the experience and learn from the lessons learned from the current round. Now, these reviews are underway. They look at rights protection, program implementation, security and stability, consumer trust, choice, and competition. The timeline for reviews is through 2017, but there are also new policies that need to be looked at and developed. One of the reviews is now up for comment on competition, and here this shows the expansion of the TLDs right since the beginning. It's impressive when you look at it, what came in year after year up to the present state. On Monday, we also heard of the .Rio, and Demi referred to the geographical GTLDs, and these came in with a new expansion. It's scrolling through, you see it in form of a scroll through, and you see now here the big explosion comes in 2014 with the new GTLDs. So all these are now in the root, and we have to examine whether or not it worked. As I said, one of the reviews is now open for comment on competition, consumer trust, and consumer choice. They came, sort of their preliminary conclusions was, yes, the program has enhanced competition, yes, it has enhanced consumer choice, not sure whether it has actually improved on the trust in the system, and also that more data are needed to assess this and more policies need to be developed before we can continue with a subsequent round. With this, I think in the interest of time, I will hand back to our moderator. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much for that. Now we will go with Keith Dreisek from VeriSign.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Keith Dreisek. I work for VeriSign. VeriSign is the registry operator for the .com and .net domain names. So we've heard a little bit just now about the TLD marketplace, or the domain name marketplace, but I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the policy work that's going on today in the ICANN community. Marcus is on the board of ICANN, and ICANN is the organization, as I think you've heard or know, that is responsible for coordinating the unique identifiers and also for supporting the community-based policy development processes. And I'd like to take my comments and tie them back to the previous panel and the conversation around, which was very interesting, I found, the conversation about, I think, the natural and persistent tensions that exist between intellectual property protection and law enforcement and their legitimate interests, and the equally legitimate interests and concerns of civil society and privacy interests and free flow of information on the other. I'm going to talk just very briefly about something called the WHOIS protocol. And WHOIS the database or the protocol that helps people identify the owner or the registrant of a domain name. Currently, under ICANN's policies, we as registries and registrars are responsible for displaying up-to-date, publicly available, and accurate contact information for for registrants of domain names, for those that actually have registered a domain. And currently, in the ICANN space, and certainly over the next 12 months, the community is going to be focusing very, very closely on another natural tension, and that is between regulation around data protection and privacy and the obligations that contracted parties have with ICANN to display this accurate, up-to-date, and publicly available registrant data or personal data. So I think the crux of this issue is that over the next 12 months, registries, operators such as VeriSign and our customers, registrars, have a contractual obligation to display, to collect, to display, and to make available this private registrant data. One example of a challenging or a conflicting regulation is the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, which is in force and will go into force in May of 2018 with penalties that are in conflict. We as registries have an obligation under our existing agreements to comply with the WHOIS policies and regulations, but the new GDPR coming from the EU sets new restrictions about the collection, transfer, display, and use of that same registrant data. So in the interest of time, I don't want to go into this in too much detail, but just to note that there is actual ongoing real-world impacting work in the ICANN community today on some of these really, really challenging issues. Issues of jurisdiction and transfer of data, personally identifiable data across jurisdictions, major, major issue. The tension between contracts on one hand and laws on the other. These need to be resolved, and they need to be resolved through cooperation. And that's the work that's going on in the ICANN community today. So if anybody's interested in these issues and wants to get involved, it's an open process. It is an open, bottom-up, multi-stakeholder process, and anybody can get involved. So why don't I stop there in the interest of time, and I'm happy to take any questions. Let's hope we get to some Q&A with the audience. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, Keith. Ahora con nuestro último panelista.
Now with our last panelist, and we have handled time very well. The last panelist is Eduardo Santoyo, the manager of the domain.co. Thank you very much for everyone for the opportunity to be here today. Adriana, Olga, and thank you in general to the Getúlio Vargas Foundation for having given us the chance to be here today and talk about these issues. I think it's really difficult to be in this panel because it's before lunch, so it's a lot more difficult when the previous panel finished on time. So we have the commitment of doing our exhibitions, our exposures fast, because we want to allow a larger space for questions and answers. And we want to dedicate most of the time to this, to questions and answers always. So that is why my speech is going to be brief, and it's going to be focused on giving a perspective and a vision of Latin America in this market of domain names. Effectively, and due to the tight schedule that we have, I would like to recommend you that have a company, and please visit the page, our page, and there was a study that about the market in Latin America. It is the website LADNS Marketplace Study. It's just a recommendation. It's not what I'm going to speak about today. So it's just a suggestion for everyone who is interested. This study was carried out to answer a doubt that we had in the community of Latin America. And ICANN, in order to see how we could better promote the development of the elements that constitute this industry that we call the general industry of domain names, that not only encompasses the domain names, but also other services that are surrounded. So this is my first recommendation. In order to start triggering this discussion, it's important to understand all of the elements that make up a concern about the present and future of the industry. In Latin America, we see a very surprising number. We have about we have 8% of the global population living in Latin America. But the market of domains in Latin America is only 4%. So what does it mean? As York was saying, maybe in Germany and Switzerland. Yes, in Switzerland. And in the Netherlands. In Switzerland and Netherlands, the growth is still possible for the market of domain names. Here in Latin America, it's a large space for growth because we couldn't achieve great penetrations of the internet recently in the population. And the use of the tool by the small and medium-sized companies, it is still very low, the use of the internet for their publicity. For the industries in general, they have trouble building their presence in social networks and having web pages. In the social networks, we have users. With these tools that we have today, especially in Latin America, led by the use, by our participation in social networks. Brazil is the second country in the world to have Facebook accounts. In Latin America, we have more Facebook accounts than in the United States. So there's a possibility for growth, since we have the availability of the tool, but what is missing to us is the acknowledgement of the usefulness that these tools have. So it's important for the companies to understand that they need to have web pages aligned to the social media. That is something that we don't see in Latin America currently. We can see the evolution of the DNS industry in Latin America with a very small presence of agents from the industry, of the registrants. Just a small parenthesis, just for you to understand that the industry of domain names has the registrant, and the registered as big agents. There are other agents along the way, but there's one thing, which is the user that purchases the domain from someone, probably a registrant that's an intermediate, and they may purchase it directly from the register company, which is the operator of the domain. So this intermediate agent here in the domain names industry has been very important. It's the one that can generate added value services for the final offer of the user. One domain on itself needs to be accompanied by a web page and a design behind this. This is usually offered by this part of the industry. In Latin America, we have very few registrants. We have the need to increase as much as possible the participation of intermediates in this process, which is the ones who help us get to the end user. And we should raise the awareness about the importance of this intermediate. We have had the news that many domain operators in the region are working in the implementation of a system of registrants so that this is spread and this number of registrant increases. So I think we're going to see in the near future a growth of the domain name market in Latin America that is going to help mitigating the impact that, or the behavior that we're seeing in a global level of domains of very steady growth. As Jorg said, there are negative growths, near zero. We hope these domains that are registered in Latin America are these CCTLDs, but there is a natural demand for generic domains that offer an excellent alternative to what we finally see as the use of the domain as an effective communication inside the network for the interest of everybody. I'm going to stop my speech right now. My name is Eduardo Santoyo. I am the manager of .ceo, and we are the administrator of the .ceo domain. I work for other domains global level, and I'm also a president of TLD, the association that gathers the administrators of domain in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Eduardo. So we have finished in good time. Now we can open for questions. Before, the panelists would like to say something else before we open for questions. Would you like to say a few words? So now let's go to the Q&A then. The A question from a person that is watching on the internet. The development of new markets, of new domains, for example, .rio, especially at the Latin American level, what is the potential that you see for other people to enjoy this advantage as a market differentiation? And another question from the internet. In the past, in the Copenhagen meeting, you talked about something very important. Why do I need a domain for my company to differentiate my business and the internet if this is associated to a series of products of added value to generate interest in the natural market? So, do you agree with that? These are the two questions from the internet. Who would like to talk about these topics? Obrigado, meu nome é Keith Drasek novamente. Eu queria falar sobre a primeira pergunta. Podem me corrigir se eu tiver...
That it was, if using .rio and the new GTLDs as an example, what is the opportunity for others who might be interested in differentiating their presence online in a similar manner? In other words, other companies or individuals who may also want to have their own top-level domain. And I think the quick answer to that is there, as has been discussed here, there was a round of new TLDs introduced in 2013, and some of those delegations of the TLDs are still ongoing, but that round is largely wrapping up at this point. There is expected to be a second round or a next round of new top-level domains coming in the next 2 to 3 years, depending on who you ask. So there is an ongoing policy development process in the ICANN community today that is developing the updated policies or procedures for the next round. That work is ongoing. Again, if anybody is interested in participating in that or just learning more about it, all of the information and discussions are publicly available on the ICANN website. So there will be another opportunity for a next round of TLDs sometime in the next couple of years, and the information is all publicly available. Thank you.
Vamos com Dem.
Eu vou fazer um comentário curto aí, mas esse tema tem que ser dividido em pelo menos três.
The theme has to be divided in 3 different views at least. Like Santoyo said very well, there's this business opportunity for those who want to establish as a domain, because you can find an interesting name and this name could attract a subscriber. So this is a business opportunity for you, and you may candidate as a new domain name or an extra domain name. So there's also this basic view on the internet, because we have a lot of root names, and it breaks this idea of having this hierarchy in the root, and it causes a lot of confusion. In these new domains, they have this very low density. You have names there because it's interesting to have names there. You may sell it later. It could become an asset. But this is kind of important for the internet as a whole. And you also have the user view. For instance, the first vision of the business, you could say to ICANN that you need more names, but I have never detected this necessity bottom up, that someone was not online because they didn't find their name. It's important that these 3 different views do not get mixed. When we talk about social inclusion in Latin America, we hardly are able to forecast that I will, or predict that I will be only there if I find this surname that I like. So if you have registered .xyz, you have millions of registries there, so it's a business successful activity. And we have to debate this carefully, but in these discourses, shouldn't be appropriated by one of the communities. For instance, that the user community says that they are only able to grow if there are more domains, and the businessmen say that they are asking for more domains. These are very difficult things to integrate. And in Latin America, we see that this identification is not exactly clear, but people are pleased with the. In Brazil, we have 10 domains registered, some brands, and so on. Something that we have to look into carefully.
Addresses really perfectly what the second part of the question really was. But one thing I do want to add is, and that is dwelling on what Antonio Santojo said as well. I think there's a crucial difference between social media and domains, and we haven't been talking about that yet. Antonio said that there are a lot of more social media sites than there are domain names. And listening to a former panelist over here, she was talking about commerce and advocating that adding some links to social media have been a key factor in success for smaller companies to make business even abroad. There's a crucial difference between domain names and social media, and the crucial difference is with the domain name, you are the authority. You can devise whatever you want to your domain name. You are the one who is owning that, and you are the one who is making the rule for your business. Whereas if you do have a representation on social media, well, you may be getting confronted with any kind of questions to consent your rights to the social service provider. Like, for example, we saw last time with WhatsApp and Facebook, where users have been asked for consent to match their telephone numbers with their names on Facebook. And this is something that couldn't happen to you if you have your representation with a domain name and not with social media.
Tenemos una pregunta, ¿no?
Hola, soy Sebastián de Argentina. Voy a hacer mi pregunta en español.
Question from Argentina, and I'm going to ask my question in Spanish. I would like to ask, especially to those who are coming from Latin America, if you have thought in the possibility of articulating with local governments, especially with the governments which are helping to help a small business, about the value of the domain name and also this possibility to become a tool for the development of the company. Because sometimes in practice you open your business and it takes a lot of time, and it takes infrastructure, and you have to give this infrastructure to an agency or an office that is going to develop your website. So when you cut this relationship, you lose your domain, you lose your host, and sometimes the businessman is not aware that he owns this data, not the people who has registered the domain for them. And sometimes they look for another host, another domain. So sometimes it seems profitable to sell many different domains for the same person, but in the end, it loses value. And sometimes people simply open a page.
Mi nombre es Oscar Moreno y soy el manager del dominio de Puerto Rico. En cuanto a esa pregunta, por lo menos en el caso, como lo estamos haciendo en Puerto Rico, nosotros estamos yendo directamente a diferentes canales, ya sean de gobierno y educativos, y estamos orientando a la gente para que retengan su propiedad intelectual y, como dijo George, que tengan control completo sobre la información que proyectan y no necesariamente estén en social media o no dependan del social media. En el caso de Puerto
Media and depend on social media. In case of Puerto Rico, we also have free hosting and free domains for our citizens, and we train them as well. And this was not as successful as we expected. We have this battle with social media, in fact, but we are still educating the population because we are trying to facilitate the use of the end user. That's why we are offering free hosting so that people are able to get their domains and they are connected to the host and they are able to do everything. And what happens in Colombia? Not only in Colombia, but what I know from many different Latin American countries who are developing this coordinate work, you have this figure of the domain and the government of that country, and they are trying together to involve that country digitally, focusing on entrepreneurship and developing new companies. In Chile, for instance, they have this initiative that every time that they have to register a new company, the portal takes them to the domain register in company. So it's an integration concerning these domain names. And this also happens here in Brazil and in Colombia. We are making a lot of effort working with the Ministry of ICTs to help this business. So this domain penetration is very important, but we are still digital ignorant. So how should we manage a domain? How should we manage the digital presence? How should we manage the presence on the web? And we have to dialogue with other players, the publicity agency or other actors and players, not only the user and the host. So we have to manage this very well, and the end user must understand it very well. And sometimes we are not successful due to cultural reasons, because here in Latin America, sometimes we buy a TV, and the first thing that we do is to open the box and try to connect to see if it's opening. We never read the guidelines or the manuals, and we not even look how to keep it out of the box. So with this analogy, I want to tell you that it's important to read the terms and conditions to understand a little bit more about how things work on the internet. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Not only the government should play this role, but civil society and the private sector, they have to add forces so that we have this better digital education that enable us to profit and enjoy everything that we can. And this is a good tool for that. Social media in this context should be a complement and not the main role.
I don't read the instruction manual either. So to follow up on the question, as Marcus mentioned earlier about the new GTLD program, I think it's pretty clear that competition and consumer choice has been added in the domain name marketplace. But it's clear, and I think the CCTRT review team report identifies the impact of social media on the domain name marketplace. And this is, I think, a challenge and an opportunity for the foreseeable future for our industry. I think we have, clearly social media has been an exceptional engine for enabling people to get online, to connect online, and to navigate and to offer home-based businesses. So it's a fantastic tool for entrepreneurship and getting started. But I think the expectation, and for the reasons that Jorg mentioned, when a company or an individual becomes more successful and established, I think there's a growing desire to control your data, and to control your, your future in a sense. And having a domain name and having your own web presence, your own web identity, enables that. I think that gives you that confidence, that security, and that safety. Some people may always be comfortable just relying on their social media presence. I think as companies grow and mature, they will, of course, still use social media. But I think at some point there's an expectation that that those companies or individuals will start to care about control of their data, personal data, or corporate data, and to ensure that if the terms of service of a social media provider change, that it doesn't potentially undermine their own presence and their own ability to dictate their future. So I think there's an opportunity there, but clearly there are some challenges in sort of helping people understand that dynamic. Hope that helps. Thanks.
Andrés.
Bueno, iba a hacer una pregunta, pero luego de la última pregunta
to ask a question, but after this last question and the answer of my peer, I think I could add something, but in reality, Santoyo has described the work of CCTLD and also the players, and we have other examples, but Ecuador is also launching this platform for resale of domains. So the university students, they have contact with the first business of technological basis, including consuming business in the internal market of the country. And also they have contact with these domain resellers. And we see that as a very promising platform. You're going to listen about that. In Argentina, we also established this agreement with the government and the host camera in the country, and we were not very successful up until now, but this shows that we have a larger synergy with the players, as you have said. We have seen several different cases like that. And also the domain names, they have this. If you have a CCLD in your own country, we can dialogue, and I would like to tell you about that we want to strengthen these relationships because we have a lot to do regarding this topic. We have a lot to do ahead of us. Any other question? I would like to ask Keith Drezik about this friction between the European Union and the United States and all these conflicts. The risk in Latin America that has been mentioned before is that many countries are discussing new regulation concerning protection of data, personal data, and also the transborder data.
Muito obrigada pela pergunta. Como eu falei mais
talk about these jurisdictional differences and the challenges that whether it's intellectual property protection, law enforcement, civil society, privacy interests have in finding ways to work together, and when their interests are sometimes on opposite ends of a spectrum, but finding ways to work together to work through these issues. The only way that in my view, that these issues will be resolved is through cooperation and through engagement. I think the European Union GDPR is just, as you noted, one example of a set of laws that are now in place that the enforcement will begin in May of 2018. I don't think I mentioned earlier that those laws, violation of those laws could result in a penalty of up to 4% of the offending company's annual revenue. So 4% of annual revenue for a domain name registry or registrar of any size is a pretty significant number. And so that's one example of why our challenge and the conflict or the tension between our contracts on one side that say one thing very clearly, that we're a result of a policy process from the community, and these new laws, there needs to be better coordination. And I think better tracking and understanding ahead of time of what's being discussed. So there's an opportunity for better dialogue earlier in the process. But I don't know that I have any magic answers to the problem other than continued engagement and dialogue. And I'd be happy to hear if any other panelists have an idea on this. Thanks.
I don't have an answer either, but Keith referred to these inherent tensions between law enforcement and privacy, and I think you mentioned the who is, where we have this tension. Law enforcement, they want to know everything, and then the privacy people want to protect everything. So, and they both work for maybe the same government, but you have these tensions also within governments. And I come from Switzerland, and there a high law enforcement official was made data protection officer, and there was a loud outcry, said he's coming from the wrong side. He's more a guy who wants to know everything and how it has to protect data. But as it happens, he does a very good job. But just to say, these tensions exist in every government, that you have those who have to enforce law and then those who maybe have to more the privacy aspect, and ICANN is no exceptions. We have these tensions throughout the system, and we are working hard at reducing these tensions and finding compromise, and that's the beauty of multi-stakeholder cooperation. You have to talk to each other, sit around the table and try to hammer out the compromise, but we are not there yet on this privacy issue.
I just want to point out that the friction
o conflito que foi mencionado
within GTLDs, right? So if you choose your local CCTLD, then for sure you live under your local jurisdiction. So no worries for any kind of data protection regulation that is coming from anywhere if you choose .br, for example.
Tal vez para añadirte que comparto la preocupación porque no es un caso único o aislado lo que esté sucediendo en Europa con el tema de la protección.
What is happening in Europe with the protection of personal data in Latin America, they are also copying this model 100%. And in Colombia, what we are seeing and what we are doing is, even though people who are responsible for these issues, and they are very well-educated people with a lot of technical and intellectual capacity, they don't know how DNS works very well, and they don't know the details that could make them suspicious towards the system. We did studies to generate information spaces, trying to understand how the industry works on one hand and how the DNS works specifically as a general instrument of exchange of information about structures, solid structures that deserve attention. But in Colombia, for example, the protection of personal data was taken to an institutional level. It is not even a legal element. There's no formal law about this. It's just in the Constitution, but there's no regulation. So we need to find a harmonization mechanism to know what is the interest of protecting personal data on one hand, and may it not prevent the use of instruments like the internet. Things are in the cloud, so how can we know the localization, for example? So it's regardless of country, of which country is producing it. As a general understanding, we have to understand the use of this private information, but we didn't reach the possibility of forbidding transfer of a piece of information. You have to inform, you have to notify that there will be a transfer of information. And in this case of transfer of information, you have to do this through a website that is reliable for the country. This is going to be done according to reliability agreements. This has serious consequences for the industry, not only regarding domain names industry, but the general internet industry. With this, we finish this panel. Let's have lunch now. Let's have lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everyone, all of the panelists. Thank you very much, Olga, Luca, the Getúlio Vargas Foundation for having us here today, and thank you very much to our colleagues as well. We are back at 2:30.